Hello everyone, and welcome back to yet another addition to my journey through One Piece. We're really getting close to the end now. Well, close to catching up. Today we're going to be talking about Wano for the second time. This is going to be my Wano Part 2 review. 2 of 3. We're going to have 3 Wano videos. This is the second one. Today's video will cover chapters 959 to 1013. So we have crossed the 1,000 mark. And I just want to say really quickly, I had a stream sort of celebrating my 1,000 chapter read, reaching 1,000 chapters, and it was one of the most fantastic streams I've had so far since I started streaming in general. It was amazing. It destroyed my previous viewer record count. It was very emotional. It was lots of people celebrating this journey, this vicarious journey, and talking about how my journey through it has helped them to enjoy the story even more. And the story content was amazing. We watched episode 1015. It was amazing. So just really quickly, wanted to say thank you again for that. I've said it tons of times on stream. Let me just say it again here. But to business, yeah, today we're going to be talking about Wano Part 2, which is primarily all Act 3 stuff. The beginning of Act 3 getting towards the climax, I imagine, ending at chapter 1013. Just as a little bit of a taste for what we're going to be talking about today, and my thoughts on it, this was perhaps the best stretch of One Piece I've experienced. It's definitely in the conversation for it. It could easily be my favorite stretch of One Piece, of any given 50 to 60 chapters. Compare it to Water 7 Enies Lobby, compare it to Skypiea, compare it to Marineford, and Impel Down, compare it to Dressrosa, compare it to Whole Cake Island. It could be at the top. We had the He Laughed stuff. We had the Odin flashback. I'm going to be talking so much about Odin and Roger and the themes of the series, and Luffy and Robin and Sanji, who had their amazing standout moment, but also Kaido, who continues to be so interesting and so phenomenal. I went insane trying to dissect Kaido's character with the littlest of details, and I went crazy on stream trying to do it. I think by now I will have tried to upload just a little snippet, or maybe longer than that, of me literally talking to no one in particular, just dissecting his lines and trying to interpret them and theorizing. So Kaido drives me insane. But there's Momo, there's Odin, Roger, Luffy, even Whitebeard, Sanji, Robin, everyone, Law, Kid, Big Mom, Yamato, God, Yamato, the Scabbards in general, Kinemon, Kanjudo, just wonderful peak moment after wonderful peak moment, strung together by such beautiful connective tissue that's thematically cohesive, satisfying, in character. It's all wonderful. It's all so good. I'm just so delighted by how good Wano is, and I continue to be delighted that I really don't see any fall off. People say that Wano has some of the highest highs and the lowest lows. I see no lows whatsoever. It's just been completely focused, tight storytelling that embodies the whole themes of the series and does such great character writing in so many different and variable ways. You know, Kaido is written entirely different from Odin, who's written entirely different from Orochi, who I'm a huge fan of, by the way. Huge fan of Orochi. Who's written entirely different from Kinemon and Momonosuke and Yamato. The ideas covered here are just so special and important, and they're communicated so well. And they tie in with the themes of the setting. And, you know, I'm not going to be talking too much this video about the idea and theme of the sentiment and nostalgia of bringing back the past from oppression. That yearning for freedom, because I talked about that a ton in Wano Part 1, so I'm just going to be repeating myself. Well, I won't really mention it that much, but instead I'm going to be talking about the themes that the story brings forth through these chapters, additionally. And there is so much there. There is so much there that gets added to it, and yeah, we'll get to that shortly, but hopefully that's given you a taste for what I feel about this section of the story. It is amazing, unbelievable. However, before talking about that, let's just talk about a few AJPiece comments. These ones are in response to my Reverie video. The first one is from Soga King Sniper, who says, "I love all that you say about Emu. On a similar note to what you said about them elevating the entire series for you, what are the top 3 or 5 moments in the series where you felt like it could somehow get even more special, or that it was on the verge of another quality jump?" So, it's a really interesting question, and it's one that I get semi-commonly in streams. Like, what are the moments that elevate One Piece for you the most? There are, I could list 10 maybe 15. Some common ones are that emu moment, the funeral for the Going Merry, just Marineford in general, Skypia, Skypia, that is one I always go to. So those are some answers that are absolutely applied to this, but I'll be a little bit different. I'll pick some new ones. One of them for me would be Drum Island, the chopper flashback and the conclusion of Drum Island. For me, that's one of the most important streams I've ever done, because I think it's where I realized, you know what, I think I'm going to stick with this the entire way through. The community, the chat was really, really special and insightful and emotional. I found myself more immersed than I'd been up until that point. Drum Island was just a really personally very important arc for me, and it kind of made up my mind that I want to be doing this until the end of the story on Twitch, and my enjoyment just went up another rung. So I'll say Drum Island, the chopper flashback specifically, Hiruluk and his sacrifice. I would also say, I already talked about Emu, the concept of Emu elevating the whole series for me. But in terms of stuff from this past section of chapters, the he laughed moment. In some translations, Roger just laughed. It is now my favorite moment in One Piece. We'll talk about it, and I don't know how well I'll be able to express my love for that. I don't even know that I'll talk about it that long, because what can really be said about it? It kind of speaks for itself, but I'll do my best. But he laughed. That is absolutely a moment that shot it into the stratosphere even more. And then another in between, there's also Bank Sake. I talk about that a lot. There's also I Have My Crew. Those moments, phenomenal. But I want to say, with regards to Marineford and post-war, Shanks not seeing Luffy and allowing him to gather his strength to become a proper pirate to see him later. That was so special for me, so that will be my third. Next is from Eloquito de la Esquina. I'm so sorry for the pronunciation. I think it's very interesting to note that the very moment Emu sits on the throne, it's made clear that's the entity with the most power in the world, and yet it seems to have little to no freedom. No one can see Emu, so it has to stay hidden, to the point of having a room to see flowers because they can't go outside, or at least I saw it like that. It's kind of funny and very telling. That's very true, and that's not something, I talked about Emu a ton in my Reverie video, but that's not something I brought up, I don't think. Emu, who seems to be caging the world in multiple ways, taking away freedom, taking away knowledge and honesty from the world, and caging it and oppressing it, in a lot of ways seems to be caged themselves. Now, I imagine one day we'll get a backstory for Emu. I can imagine it is going to be dealing in large part with what's caused them to want to rewrite history and have this darkness pervade everything, maybe because they've dwelt in darkness so much, and maybe they are enacting on the world what has been enacted on them. They have not been free. They continue to not be free for some reason. Or maybe it's just the way they've learned to live. And so they are enacting on the world the trauma that's been enacted on them. That's something that we've seen throughout One Piece. Arlong uses the trauma that's been used on him to then traumatize others, oppress others, because it is a psychological mechanism that helps him feel like he has authority and control that's been robbed of him earlier on in life. Same with Doflamingo and Strings, right? It's in the character writing of multiple pretty important characters, essential characters to the entire story, and I think Emu could easily be, for that reason, another example of that. TM then says, with regards to the theory of the frozen straw hat, the imagery of the frozen giant has been prevalent in the world government-centric arcs. In Robin's flashback, Saul, a giant with a hat, got frozen solid by Aokiji, the soldier of the world government. In Punk Hazard, another world government island, there was a weird scene of this frozen cave filled with giants frozen solid on the ice. And most significant of all to me, in Thriller Bark we saw Oars, a giant who died in a frozen land and was kept on ice by Moria, another world government associate, and crucially Oars was instilled with Luffy's spirit and had a scene trying to create himself his own pirate hat. Because of that, the idea of the frozen straw hat belonging to Joy Boy seems the most likely to me. Another giant frozen in time, but much like Saul, one whose will has passed on despite having failed himself. Yeah, I've gotten a lot of time to think about that frozen straw hat and what that could mean and theorize about it and read other opinions, and I think I've come to believe this to be the most likely conclusion. It connects a lot of things that I didn't think of immediately. It's logical, there's breadcrumbs throughout the series, and yeah, I think I buy into this. To me, it's the theory I buy into the most. Joy Boy being a giant there are so many thematic ideas tied to giants that, you know, it's obviously important for Usopp for a lot of reasons, but that have ties to the story at large because of their culture and their ideals and a lot of the things that they've gone through multiple characters throughout the story. So Joy Boy being a giant and Luffy being this generation's Joy Boy, carrying the torch forward, yeah, that tracks for me. Caleb Daub Mushra says, Big News Morgans is my favorite side character in all of One Piece. He belongs to a character archetype I love that I call history makers, usually reporters that want to be the ones to write history and almost have a god complex about it. Morgans technically is the most powerful person in the world because he controls the only major inter-island news. He's the one who controls the public perception with his monopoly over news. I can't wait for you to see more of him. Every time he is on screen or page, I just can't help but smile at the pure charisma coming off this Birdman that really has the world in his hands. Morgans is one of the most important characters in the entire setting. I think I pretty much made all the points I want to in my Reverie video, but I just love how unique he is. I love the unique power he is. Throughout the whole story, how we're shown that there is such power in words and narratives and propaganda, more so than physical strength, I would say, in the world of One Piece. Especially in this arc where we have Kaido, who has all the physical strength in the world, but in a lot of ways you'd have to say doesn't have a ton of true power, of true influence. If you compare Morgans to Kaido and look at their intents and their goals and how they're doing right now at the moment, you'd have to say Morgans is far more successful. Just as an example, you know, we'll get into Kaido this video, like, cause holy shit, man. But yeah, I love that because there's a novelty there. There's no one quite like Morgans in the story, and him being introduced so late, it just makes sense. Of course there's a person behind this, and of course they are one of the most important characters in the setting, and the fact that narratives throughout the setting and the way that people view players in this game is dependent on his whims. And the fact that he has this, I don't know if I'd go as far as to call it a god complex just yet, but the fact that his whims are so powerful, it's so enticing. On the flip of a dime, Morgans can completely turn the tide of a war, of the flow of battle, of what people think of certain characters in the story. And it says so much about the themes that Oda's been giving us throughout the story, about the flimsiness of narratives, connecting it to Doflamingo, about the idea of history, and how volatile and flimsy it can be. Morgans is just one of my favorite characters, absolutely one of my favorite side characters in the setting, and now that he's been introduced, I can't imagine One Piece without him. Whenever I reread the series, whether it's in months from now or years from now, I'm going to be keeping an eye on the narratives and the newspaper and the headlines, knowing Morgans is behind it, and kind of see if there are any bits of characterization I can get from it. On the way to this, I had been doing that, like, you'd see me commenting on videos and in streams going like, whoever's narrating this, you know, they've got some sort of agenda here. It's definitely leaning in one direction. But now that I have an actual face for it, there's a whole new layer to it. And the last one is from Common Viewer 2488. There was so much discourse in the fandom from Luffy being named the 5th Emperor, with a sizable chunk of people agreeing with Blackbeard that Luffy wasn't ready yet. It's funny, the position of the Emperor of the Sea is not any sort of official title. There's no governmental force that recognizes them as representative figures, just dangerous criminals that are able to hold on to power through fear, reputation, and shows of force. Those arguing against Luffy are downplaying the impact that Luffy has on the world government and how the average citizen must him. I imagine that's must see him, must view him, perceive him, something like that. He's overcome several of their agents and wreaked chaos across iconic territories. Having defeated several warlords and earned the favor of every country he's visited, Luffy, in his pursuit to be free, has overcome every obstacle that told him that he could not continue. Other pirates have continued to disregard Luffy as a threat, and they've been toppled while Luffy has continued to rise. Even with pirates and kings seeing the Straw Hats as friends and liberators, Luffy prefers his small cabal of friends over the worldwide network he could have, trusting that they will come to the other's aid when asked. Luffy may not have armies in the thousands, nor is he a match single-handedly against the likes of Big Mom, but that's never mattered to him. Luffy is rightfully regarded as the 5th Emperor for being the embodiment of change, much to the horrors of all leaders of corrupt regimes. I believe in the future King of the Pirates, and I look forward to seeing what the world will look like under his reign. That has put it into words beautifully. I saw a bit of pushback from some comments here and there, and a little bit in streams, a little bit in tweets, when I said that Luffy was well worthy of his title. of the Fifth Emperor. Some refer to strength, that he's not as strong as Kaido, or Big Mom, or Shanks. And you know, I'm not a power scaler. That is beyond my purview, although Luffy could easily beat Kaido in Wano, and then what happens to that argument? I don't know. But aside from that, the way I look at it, the title of Emperor is very loose. I think it has to do with your impact on the seas, your impact on how people view the seas, and Morgan's is a big part of this that we just talked about. You know, Big Mom terrorizes through influence and power, and the way she's rooted herself in society and become the center of all these sorts of societal schemes. Same with Kaido, though a bit more through his monumental power and oppression. Blackbeard has turned the tides as well. He's been largely influential, and rather than looking at it through the lens of strength, I look at it through the lens of influence and change, and this is a great way to put it. Luffy has completely changed the setting. He has made people think completely differently of warlords, of settings that seem to be fearsome and unbreakable, and he's made them look like jokes. Impel Down, Marineford, Enies Lobby. These government strongholds that he has completely torn apart and has helped other people to hope a bit more in the face of what seemed like unbreakable oppression. Or he's made people believe that the government, while they are strong, they are not invincible. Through his exploits, he has freed multiple islands. He's helped many people to believe. He's done so much in this setting to change this setting. And I think that in itself is why he is the fifth emperor, why he's well worthy of the title. And I think he'll only grow into it more and more and more. It's funny because a lot of times when I'm going through these stories, you know, I'm going through One Piece on Twitch, I'm going through Naruto on Twitch, and people tell me common criticisms of certain arcs, or bits of character writing, or plot points and stuff like that. They tell me that people or fandoms have big problems with some things, and a lot of times I just find myself going like, why? Like, I just can't see it. I don't understand why people would have problems with certain decisions, because I guess I just think differently, and all the power to anyone who does, but this just reminds me of that. I don't see any problem with Luffy being named the fifth Emperor of the Sea, because that is a loose term, it's an unofficial term, it's widely accepted, but still unofficial. There's no checklist of qualifications, and Luffy fits the bill. Yeah, I see no problem with it. Anyways, thank you for the AJPiece comments this week. Lots of great ones, really enjoyed them. If you want your comment from this video to be entered into a pool to be read aloud for maybe an Egghead video, just use the hashtag AJPiece to be entered into that pool. Alright, here we are, Wano Part 2, which is primarily Act 3. What do I have to say about where the story has gone since last video's material? The themes have been expanded upon and added to, multiple characters have been introduced, layers have been peeled back in characterization and thematic terms, and a lot has changed and been expanded upon. So thematically, what does this material add to, in addition to the idea of yearning for a lost home, of trying to reclaim that which is lost, of this patience and this agonizing wait to take back one's home? Well, identity. The idea of identity, I think, is a big element here. The Straw Hats begin the arc by taking identities as people of Wano. In addition to this, they take on the wishes and hopes of those in Wano, and their identity becomes fused with the intent and motives of the people of Wano. It becomes not just an idea of let's help these people, but I want this just like they do. And so the Straw Hats take on that identity. And then just in general, the idea of taking back one's home is a huge part of one's identity, one's roots, where one's grown up. And so it being lost from some people is hugely tragic. And so taking it back is a huge part of taking back one's identity. There's a reason that these people feel lost and forlorn throughout Wano, because a piece of themselves has been ripped from them. In addition, there is great trans rep in this arc, and that is completely synonymous with identity expression. And there's this idea of masks. Yamato wears a mask. There are sort of facades, similar to Whole Cake Island, of what these people seem to be versus who they actually are, or what the world seems to see of them versus what they actually are. That all ties into identity. In addition, Yamato, speaking of Yamato, is additive to the idea of freedom. Yamato is this individual who is seemingly destined to be shackled to Kaido, at Kaido's whims, but yearns for more, yearns to reach beyond that station and live free. And that ties in directly with the plight of the rest of Wano, just on a more personal level. And integrated with the previously established themes, taking back Wano, the flashback of Oden and Roger is essential for this, because it adds even more power to it through understanding what it means for Oden to take back this home, and understanding who Oden was, and why so many people want to act in his stead and carry on his torch. And there is some integration thematically to the rest of the series, particularly the idea of detours and the journey, and the destination not being as important as the adventure on the way there. The he laughed moment, the pirate's journey, the conquest is always more important than the end goal. I've always said that, honestly, since the Gaimon chapter 21, 22, around there, 20 maybe, it doesn't particularly matter to me what the One Piece is at this moment. Maybe that'll change down the line, and I'm sure that when we eventually see it, if we do see it, I'll be stunned. It'll be one of the most iconic moments in fiction history, and I'll be taken aback, and I'll be in awe, and I'll love it. But at this moment, I can't say that the identity of what the One Piece actually is, what the treasure actually is something I'm super curious about. I'm more curious about things like how will Shanks' role evolve in the story? What is the mystery of Emu, the Void Century, Blackbeard and Luffy's dynamic, Buggy's role in the story, Kaido's characterization, Kuma, stuff like that. I'm much more interested in that sort of thing than what the One Piece is. And I think that's because Luffy and the series so far has established that, in my opinion, it's not super important, and I agree with that. And I think the he laughed scene is just a reinforcement of that. You know, you go through this insane adventure, and at the end of it, you just get to the end goal, and Roger saw something, and it just made him laugh. Just laugh and laugh and laugh with tears in his eyes. Maybe because what the One Piece was so rudimentary that it's kind of funny that this entire adventure that led him there was so extensive and epic, and it was just for this. Or maybe it was really important but very simple. Or maybe it was magnificent. Maybe it was all it was cracked up to be and made him laugh for that reason or a different reason. I don't know. But to me, none of those really matter, because what that scene is an emphasis of what Oda's been telling us all along, which is that it is the journey, the adventure, the detours, and I think this reinforces that. And then lastly, I want to just draw attention to the theme of time. In the flashback, this was pointed out to me in my Twitch chat, I think. In the flashback, Oden has to wait an hour in this boiling pot to save his comrades. There's the idea of waiting for 20 years for those who could not time travel. Even those who did time travel, they had to wait to make their way back to Wano. Kanjudo waited and was biding his time. There's the element of Oden holding onto the boat for 3 hours and then being able to join the crew, Whitebeard's crew. There's this idea of waiting for things, time, waiting for an eventuality, and ultimately, the nuances of it. Some people can wait for it, some people can't. Some people value that time and take much stock in the pains that time can bring, while others just look at it as another challenge. So I think the story deals with that to a great degree. And of course, there's this ever-present theme that continues to be built up in multiple ways throughout the flashback, and just continuous buildup of what's been there since Jaya Skypia, maybe even earlier than that, of Luffy being the sun. Of Luffy being the sun that will block out the night. And his character dynamic with Roger and the things that Roger says emphasizes that even more. Learning about the history of Wano emphasizes that even more. And kind of picking apart and analyzing the dynamics between Kaido and Luffy emphasize that even more with regards to Joy Boy. So we'll get into that, but that is a theme that is so powerful in this section of chapters. But to go chronologically now, this is going to be a juicy one, folks. We start with chapter 959, as Luffy and the Straw Hats and the Scabbards and everyone is gearing up for the Onigashima raid. and where it's also emphasized that Jinbei will join the crew. Luffy says that he believes he will come. That there was a promise between them, and that Jinbei said he'd come, so he will. Another instance of waiting, of time. Meanwhile, due to info he's gotten, Orochi is disrupting the plans for the meeting that the Straw Hats have with the Scabbards and all their alliance, by destroying bridges and cutting off communication points. And last we left off, all these preparations that we're seeing are a bit of a flashback. But in present day, last we left off, the Scabbards, Kinemon and Kanjuro and Momonosuke and Shinobu and all of them, in the midst of this torrential storm, their alliances, the Straw Hats and Luffy and everyone else, they are not meeting up with them because of what Orochi's done. And they are saying we must go back, like we must regroup and plan and make another go at this. But Kinemon says, this is the only chance we have. If we go back and regroup, we'll have to wait at least another year, and we've already shown our hand. This is the only time this can happen. And so we must hold strong. For Lord Momonosuke, for Odin, we are forever samurai of Wano and samurai of Odin. And so they will hold strong as they remember Odin, and this takes us into the flashback. By the way, let me just say, Kinemon, this is Kinemon's best material in the entire story, for sure. I'm going to do a character ranking at the end of this video, after I didn't do it at the end of last, and honestly, there's just so much character elevation in Wano, it has turned my list upside down. But we see this quote from this very impressive figure, again cloaked in shadow, seemingly no one, because we only see a silhouette, before it gets filled in very vibrantly in the flashback that is to come. But we see these words: "Listen up, people. Our centuries of isolation are deeply tied to the Kozuki clan's existence, but eventually the time will come. The world will begin to shift, and before it does, you must open Wano's borders." And we go back to a flashback 39 years ago, and we see, as the townsfolk say, "Hide your daughters, hide your wives," the menace, Kozuki Odin, has returned, as we see this impressive silhouette, this strong back, strong legs, multiple swords, this impressive figure, as we're ushered into the beginning of what is, in my opinion, probably the best flashback in the entire series. And so we're whisked away to the yesteryears of Wano, where it was truly the place that we've heard of and only seen in vague memories. The place that was so beautiful and wonderful, and that people are trying to reclaim. The early years of Kozuki Odin, the man... Let's just get this out of the way. Odin is one of the best characters in the entire story. Probably my favorite flashback character, purely flashback character. He's got some stiff competition, Noland, Corazon, Fisher Tiger, characters like that, but I think he takes the cake. This man who is so unapologetically himself, for better or for worse, start to finish, who lives the loudest. This is what I said in my stream, that he lives the loudest of any One Piece character. And I truly hold to that. I mean, Roger and Luffy, you could say, do as well. Blackbeard, you could say that as well. But I think you'd be hard-pressed to find someone who lives louder. As we see the narrator say that this is a story of Wano from the time when life was still abundant. We see a young Suru, a young Ashura. We see a lot of the young Scabbards. We see a young Kinemon getting into all sorts of nonsense. And then we see that Kozuki Sukiyaki, Odin's father, due to the nonsense of Odin, womanizing and just generally being disruptive and being a sort of not a malicious, but a bit of a menace to society. We see a lot of his exploits throughout his early life, or we hear about it, and it is notable. But Odin has now turned 18, and his father is sick of dealing with him, so he has decided to disown him. We see a younger Hyogoro. We see a younger Denjiro, who is an orphan of the capital, seeing his early life and seeing where he came from, and probably you can connect the dots and see why this cause is so important to him, seeing his situation here. But then we see one of the most unhinged things I've seen throughout the entirety of One Piece, and that is Odin, freshly disowned, boiling a pot of Odin over the cremated remains of someone who has passed. Unhinged, insane. One of the craziest character introductions, just kind of slaps you in the face with, the fact that Odin is, larger than life, rubs people the wrong way, rough around the edges, to put it mildly, and I like it. He's doing something that is sacrilegious in some ways, blasphemous in some ways, and that is something to definitely pay attention to with regards to his character. Now, due to some of the exploits of Kinemon and Denjiro and him, they're talking about this. Essentially, the mountain god has come to terrorize Wano, and everyone's running for their lives, but Odin overhears what's going on and decides, bring that boar to me. This is something he's going to take on himself. Kinemon tries and fails to attack it, and then it's Odin's turn. It's notable that Kinemon, in the midst of this, thought that Sudu was eaten, which made him fly into this sort of blind rage to take on the mountain god. Tried and failed. And I think this is some really emotional insight into Kinemon. It is a look into his past which has until this time been very humorous, and prior to Wano, Kinemon is quite a humorous character. Only around Zou do we start seeing how really serious his conviction is. Not that there wasn't bits of it before, but where it takes prominence with regards to his character. And Wano, he gets more serious than ever before, and we see sort of the roots of this here. This immense care for Sudu, this pain and grief that he has not been able to protect her, and this recklessness of wanting to die to sort of atone, but also to escape his sins, what he perceives as his sins. This sort of easy way out, which he has, as we see, matured from. After this, however, Odin takes one of the mountain god's little pig cubs, or boar cubs, distracts it with it, and then uses its momentary distraction to cut it in two. He completely slices it in two. He saves the town, he saves Wano, and there's a bunch of destruction, but it's notably said that there are no fatalities, miraculously. This is a miracle, it says miraculously. Odin is a person of miracles, similar to Luffy, similar to Roger. There are just these larger-than-life figures, generationally, these cycles that seem to churn out these once in a generation, or in the case of Odin and Roger, I guess, twice or three times. That was a blessed generation. But nonetheless, these impressive people that change the tides of history. Roger is one, Luffy's one, you could say Whitebeard's one, maybe Shanks, maybe people like Blackbeard and Kobe and Buggy in certain ways, but Odin is one, most notably here. And he saves the town, destroys this boar, this mountain god, and is immediately disowned. And he takes this info on the chin, and he goes, all right, on to the next adventure. Not really getting down on himself, just going, okay, adapting really quickly, and embracing life as this journey that it is. Again, very in keeping with the tone of One Piece and the themes of One Piece. He says, wherever the sun sets, that shall be my bed. And he essentially says that the flower capital, or any place, really, is unable to contain his greatness. And he's right. No place is able to contain his greatness. The world was unable to contain his greatness. And that may be why he ended up as he did. Anyways, in seeing this impressive showing, Denjiro and Kinemon are inspired and join Odin and become his followers. Parallels to Luffy, sweeping people up in this storm that is him. This seemingly effortless charisma, and in this beautiful bit of narration, it's wonderfully said. They say that the one hesitant step of all the men who wish they could go with Odin caused the capital itself to tilt ever so slightly. Now that is beautiful. That speaks for itself. But anyway, Odin goes to meet with Yasui, the 40 years in the past old Yasui, the legend. And Odin finds his manservant, one of his servants, and says that he has a creepy look about him, to get rid of him. And this just happens to be the sniveling, inferiority complex-ridden Orochi, kind of furling his hands together in this very sycophantic way. He is so deliciously conniving, as he says, I am just a humble manservant by the name of Orochi. Pleased to be at your service. And knowing the man this is, it all just connects. Orochi is top to bottom one of the most impressive characters, and I know he's not a sort of character archetype or personality that a lot of people will sort of like or find themselves attracted to or really indulge in much, but, for a story like Wano, you need a vast array of personalities, and he works as this beautiful sort of hate sink that's really well written, really, really sound thematically, to contrast with the nuance of Kaido, and who forms this sort of mechanical force that everyone must overcome, while being very human as well. I think he contrasts Odin in that while Odin is so many things that are admirable about humanity in general, while not skimping out on showing the negatives of that sort of approach, Orochi is everything that is detestable. So Odin talks with Yasui a little bit, and while he isn't going to be shacking up with Yasui, he's wondering about the state of Kuri, the lawless Kuri. He hears of a monster there by the name of Ashura Doji. People consider Kuri to be the cancer of Wano, and Odin's father cannot even control it. It is said that it might as well be another country, and Odin looks at this challenge and thinks of it as a fun sort of detour here to prove himself and challenge himself. And interestingly enough, Odin is on his way. He goes on his way, and the sniveling, cowardly, disgusting Orochi, after he leaves, and it's notable that he kind of destroys his room, as Odin is wont to do. After he leaves, there is money missing, and Orochi says that he saw Odin slip it into his back pocket before he left. And Yasui immediately thinks that something is odd about that. He says that Odin is not the type of person who would, be secretive about that. If he steals money, he's just going to carry it in front of everyone in broad daylight. So Yasu's immediately suspicious of Orochi saying that, and we see the seeds that are being planted by Orochi all the way back here. And Odin has his followers here, Denjiro and Kinemon, and they are his groupies, and he's kind of a little put off by them. But they gradually start to warm to him, or he starts to warm to them. And they picked up more and more crew, as we see Kiku and Izo, the brothers, but of course we know that Kiku identifies as a woman. But they were thought of as brothers at this point. But their family was split apart, they were abandoned, they were given the cold shoulder by people in their town, and Odin takes them in. We then hear of this goblin of Kibi that cut the hair off both the living and the dead, who ended up making brushes with hair. This very creepy fellow named Kanjudo, who they take in, and who joins them. They then take in Raizo. We then see Ashura Doji, who hears of Odin's exploits and says that he wants to take him on. And what I love is, Odin gives his crew, his followers, the slip, and goes to take on Ashura, who is the most monstrous criminal in Kuri. And people ask, are you Kozuki Odin? And Odin says, I've been disowned. I have no name to give. Connecting back to the idea that he is no one. Introduced in part 1, the part 1 video, last video that I was talking about. And what I love here is that his identity, again, dealing with the theme of identity, isn't given through his name, but rather through his exploits. His actions speak for themselves. He is Odin not because of his namesake or his blood or his title or anything to do with nepotism, but rather he earns his reputation through his actions. And Odin takes on everyone, defeats everyone, is perched on top of Ashura, and he says that I've decided that these people need me as their king, to show them the way, to show them how to live. Pretty egotistical, but can you say it's not earned? I don't think so. Odin rounded up the lawless ruffians of Kuri, and with his considerable strength, he turned that hellish wasteland into a place worthy of being called home. He made a home for them in a place where there was nothing, where everyone had forfeited this place to being lawless and unlivable. And Yasu hears of this, thinking, only he could have done this. And in response to this, Odin's father retracted his disownment and named him the daimyo of Kuri, this place that he had claimed for himself. A self-made man. And I love the distinction here is something that I think is really important that I think might get lost a little bit. Odin is born into royalty, but everything he earns here is through his own blood, sweat, and tears. Well, he didn't cry much, but you know what I mean. His own hard work. There is no mutual exclusivity between being born into royalty and earning your achievements. A lot of time people are given things if they're born into the aristocracy that they don't earn. But in this case, Odin earns it completely, through kind of being forced to earn it through his own exploits, but nonetheless he does it. And so this is now a proper region of Wano as him and all his followers celebrate in these beautiful panels of celebration. And Ashura says, in this moment of reflection, this is the first time I've ever known peace. Thank you, Odin. And Odin says, he's kind of tsundere about it all, but he says, a daimyo needs vassals, but I don't want some stuck-up nobles. I want you guys. You are my samurai. we are comrades. And everyone cries and is moved, and they are his vassals. They are gathered under the name of Odin. But then in this wonderful, thrilling bit of narration, we see these silhouettes in the dark and a very familiar mustache, as we see the remnants of the legendary former Rocks pirates began to gather new comrades, steadily expanding their claims and their infamy. This is 6 years later, as they gather this influence and infamy, and at the same time, Kawamatsu meets for the first time Inu and Neko, who wash up on a beach. But that look at the Rocks pirates after the lore that has been built and the aura that's been built up around them was so thrilling to me. I couldn't wait to get stuck in to see this origin of sorts for the Rocks pirates, Big Mom, Kaido and their origin, but specifically, you guys know me, I couldn't wait to see some of Whitebeard's early life. Anyways, through a certain amount of circumstances, Neku, Inu, and Kawamatsu then join up with Odin. Yasu begins funding Odin's exploits, to everyone's surprise, but, you know, he's impressed him through his actual achievements, so it's well deserved. And through these funds and through some education, Odin's vassals are able to clean themselves up, educate themselves, mature, and become samurai worthy of being called vassals of royalty. They don't want to do a disservice to Odin, you know? They are rough, they are unpolished, they are raw, and unapologetically themselves. But there's a certain amount of responsibility that comes with being vassals of such an impressive man who is, you know, simply put, royalty. So they have to do him proud, and so they educate themselves. There's a bit of a montage as we see this being done. They train their minds and bodies, they learn etiquette, and they mature. And over 3 years, they become worthy vassals, as we see a sort of royal procession. This royal procession as Odin visited his father, a sort of reformed man, it seems, because his father says upon looking at this royal procession, great spread, of Kawamatsu, Raizo, Inu, Neko, Denjido, Ashura, Kiku, Izo, Kinemon, Kanjudo, these impressive vassals carrying him. He says, you've become great. You've become a great man. Look at this turnaround. And Odin says, I haven't changed a bit. I've just been made great by those around me. And it's beautiful. He inspires and empowers them, and they bring it back and repay him by doing this. But Odin's right, he hasn't changed himself. He's just, you know, the window dressing's a little more impressive. He's polished himself a little bit, and those around him have polished themselves a lot, so that he can be unapologetically himself, and be all that he can to surge the world forwards. Meanwhile, Orochi just plots and is filled with envy in the background. But then we see that later that year, the Whitebeard pirates, including the Edward Newgate, including Jozu, and including the one and only Marco, who I continue to love more and more and more. I didn't mention him earlier, but God, does he have great stuff for the material in this video. But yeah, the Whitebeard pirates wash up on Kuri, and Odin hears of this, and he goes to meet them. And how does he meet Whitebeard? With a clash of swords in this beautiful spread, as these two have this electric encounter as their swords just clang off one another. Whitebeard with his giant sword, Odin with his two twin swords, and Odin says, "My name is Kosuke Odin. I do not know who you are, but I ask you, let me ride on your ship. Conquest, adventure." He has planted his roots, he has, made a name for himself, he has taken on this challenge, but what is next? There's always another horizon for Odin. He is never satisfied, he's always embarking on something, and this is what's next. He wants to ride on Whitebeard's ship, and so his encounter with him is the precursor to that, saying hello with the clash of swords. How else? So essentially, Odin wants to join Whitebeard's ship. Whitebeard is not convinced of Odin's sort of fortitude or conviction, or his mettle, or his personality, and so his proposition to him is, and along with this, by the way, there's a really cool bit of continuity as we see for Izo's character, and how he ended up with Whitebeard, and then he goes back with Odin, and his origins with Odin, and it's just generally cool. I find that to be a cool little character arc. But for Odin specifically, he is offered the challenge to hang on to a chain attached to Whitebeard's ship for 3 days. If he does it for 3 days, he'll be able to join the crew, his dream. But what happens is he's able to hang on right until until the end, until there's just a few minutes left, but then he hears a woman scream, a woman that seems to be in help. And so he lets go, and he goes to scare off these people who were trying to traffic Toki. Toki, who ends up being his wife, who he saves. She nurses him back to health. And what's interesting is that this is a great show of his character, abandoning this because of the shriek of a woman. But also, the way he reacts to this is gigantic. He endured 3 days of suffering and didn't get the reward for it, and yet at the end of this he goes, it's too bad. Anyways, what's next? He sees this endless horizon, and if he fails at one thing, quote-unquote fails, because I don't think he really truly failed, he's adaptable enough to see the next thing, and the next thing, and see all these detours and adventures and journeys, and in that way, he is such a great personification of one of One Piece's main themes. But Whitebeard was able to see what he did and why he did this, and so because of being impressed by his overall demeanor, by his overall ideals and the cut of his jib, he offers him a spot on his crew. So Odin joins up with the crew, Izo as well, and he sees all sorts of things. His horizons are broadened as we see all these adventures that he goes across, all these people he meets, what he learns about Toki and her time stuff, that she was born 800 years prior, despite being 26 years old. And then, at the end of this chapter, 964, we cut to a young Buggy and Shanks reading about the news of Whitebeard and his exploits, and the chapter ends with seeing a young Goldie Roger, who is reading about Odin and says, I'd really like to meet this guy. And the moment I saw that Roger would be included in this flashback, it felt like a no-brainer, but the moment that it was confirmed through this that he would be involved, I knew it was going to be something even more special than I initially thought. Now, Odin and everyone here are part of Whitebeard's crew for 4 years, and they continue to adventure, they continue to broaden their horizons. Odin and Toki fall in love, and there's this beautiful, beautiful line where Toki says, after Odin says, we're not going to be going to Wano for a while, you're unlucky, because Toki wanted to go there, and Toki says, it's fine, just being around you makes me feel like I've already reached my destination. And it's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. There's murmurings here and there and hints of taking on the world government and being free and all that sort of thing. And Odin and Toki have their kids. Momonosuke's born, Hiyori's born. And we see as Whitebeard's crew builds up, over time, Blackbeard joins. Blackbeard, and we learn that Blackbeard was an orphan. As we see this beautiful narration, again, keying us into the stuff we've talked about before, this conquest, this journey, as Odin talks about how, no matter how far we sail across the sea, I still have more to see. I simply don't know how to end an adventure once it's begun. Now, back on Wano, Orochi slowly but surely climbed his way up the ladder of power. He meets this woman who can change her appearance, who offers to help him take the seat of the Shogun. She poses as Odin to get him a job in the Shogun's castle. He has been stealing from Yasu and Odin consistently across the years to amass funds for himself, and ultimately through these machinations, as Sukiyaki got sick, Orochi was proclaimed to be the next one to take the seat, at least in the meantime, at least for now. And while all this is going on, the Whitebeard pirates sail to confront Roger. Whitebeard and Roger, these great adversaries, and we get a bit of history, which I won't get into too deeply, but it's all really, really interesting to do with the prior era of the royalty in Wano. But it basically comes to a head with the idea that Kosuke Sukiyaki's should not have been born. It was his fault for being born, which has led to essentially the economic disparity. And the idea of Sukiyaki being at fault due to simply being born into this world is a beautiful contrast to existing is not a sin, the stuff from Water 7 Eni's lobby. Anyways, that was what was going on with Wano. Back with Whitebeard's crew, they confront Roger and his crew. We see a young Rayleigh, a young Roger, of course, Shanks, Crocus, which is really cool to see him again. And there's just this beautiful spread as we see the entire crew. As Roger says, my end is nigh. This might be the last time we'll ever meet Whitebeard. And there's this mutual respect there. These two who have quarreled for who knows how long, but it's coming to an end. This era is coming to an end, and it's interesting because it's melancholic in concept. I myself feel melancholic just talking about it, but the way that Roger embraces that with open arms, he welcomes it, he doesn't fear it, he doesn't hide from it, and instead says, that's just the way of the world. Let's go out with a bang. There's something inspiring about that. Taking it on with a smile, not being deterred by fear. To me, that's a lot of what One Piece is about. And in this iconic spread, the two clash for what seems like the last time, and they don't even touch each other because of their hockey. This beautiful spread, the lighting, the shading, it's like lightning is striking. It reminds me of Shanks and Whitebeard clashing. And anytime two emperors clash, basically. But this felt like it had extra weight behind it because of the history there. It almost feels like peering into myth. And, you know, that's a lot of what this series has continued to feel like from the start. It's been told like a myth, like a tale, a legendary tale of the greatest pirates story. But stuff like this just elevates it even more, and stuff that we'll talk about later in Wano does that as well. But anyway, this spread in particular, Whitebeard versus Roger, not even touching, and it feels a little extra special because their swords are not clashing, but their wills are. It goes beyond just a duel of swordsmanship or combat. It goes into a battle of wills and ideals, you could say. Who has a stronger mentality, a stronger conviction. And that is more important, I think, than just physically. And Whitebeard, upon hearing that this is Roger at the end of his rope, says, "You seem well to me," as he grins. And I think, to a great extent, Roger and Whitebeard have a relationship that is adversaries and rivals, but two people who know each other that deeply and that intimately cannot help but feel a little bit of kinship, and maybe even friendship, and I feel like that is felt here. It was a clash of two great pirates of the time, the Roger pirates versus the Whitebeard pirates. Their pitched battle lasted for 3 days and nights, and after those 3 days, the crews are very amiable, they're very friendly, they're kind of sharing plunder, but there are of course some who don't really, who kind of grill the other crew, don't really want to partake. And among those is Blackbeard, who looks upon Shanks and Buggy and says, they don't look like much to me. And then we get some dialogue from Buggy and Shanks, which is incredibly cool. As Buggy says, they say that man, looking at Blackbeard, has never slept a day in his life. Never slept. Of course, this isn't confirmed, this is word of mouth, but the rumor is that Blackbeard does not sleep. And Shanks says, whoa, he gets to live twice as much, his life must be twice as fun. And Buggy says, that's not the point, this guy's a monster. And, you know, maybe both are true. But the idea that Blackbeard does not sleep, if that is true, is huge to me. Because it makes him more of an antithesis. You know, there are ways in which him and Luffy are incredibly alike. And that is what makes them so incredibly different at the same time. Because they fixate on the same idea, but approach it in such different ways. Both Luffy and Blackbeard are advocates of dreams. Both of them want to be the king of the pirates. However, Blackbeard, it feels to me, for reasons I've talked about in previous videos, that he needs to get there. He actually needs to obtain the One Piece. Whereas Luffy just embraces the detours, and if he never gets it, if it doesn't even exist, he doesn't really care, as long as the journeys towards it have been worthwhile and fulfilling. Whereas Blackbeard, it doesn't seem, has those ideals. Blackbeard is a huge advocate of dreams, however, he is also someone who feels the need for those dreams to come to fruition. At least for now. This is adaptable, of course. This is a malleable idea and interpretation from me. But also, if Blackbeard cannot sleep, that is huge, because he cannot actually feel the dreams he touts. Not in a sleeping sense, not in a in the dead of night, these adventures you dream of sense. He can only think of it sort of in an abstract way. He has never dreamt, literally, if that is true. And that makes him such an antithesis. Him and Luffy intersect in so many ways and are similar in so many ways, but are so different in tons of ways because Luffy sleeps a lot. He dreams a lot. Blackbeard may not sleep at all, may not dream at all. And so maybe that's why he needs it to come to fruition, because he is incapable of experiencing the joys of the abstract. I don't know, there's a lot there that really furthered my appreciation for Blackbeard. Also, just worth saying that I love seeing Whitebeard like this. We've only ever seen him in a way that a lot of what I talked about in the Marineford video. He is under pressure to continue to be this icon despite being at death's door in Marineford. He is literally on his last legs like Roger was here, and he embraced that duty. He protected his sons. He lived in service of the man he was. But, you know, there are little indications throughout Marineford that show he is tired. The little inhales, the tiny moments where he collects himself. And he chose this for himself. He would have chosen this every step of the way. He would never go back on this. But nonetheless, there is a great amount of effort being exerted by Whitebeard towards the end of his life, which is the only time we see him. But here, he's young. He's in his prime. He's joyous. He doesn't seem to feel this strain. It doesn't seem to be this crazy effort to do all that he does. And it's beautiful to just see him happy and smiling. It made my heart swell. Boom, 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 boom. So anyway, the loot is split between the Roger pirates and the Whitebeard pirates. Roger talks with Whitebeard about the fact that he would like to borrow Odin as he continues his final conquest around the world and his journey to grabbing the ultimate treasure. And in this beautiful recontextualization and enhancing of the myth of the setting, Odin joins Roger, and we see them in Skypia. This new adventure kicks off, and they go to these places you could only ever dream of, Skypia being one of them. It's beautiful how it is brought forth into the story as this land that could only exist. Its very existence is an advocation of dreams, and now seeing it again, it is the ultimate emphasis of that once more. Throughout this, we get the beautiful phrase or line, "I am Odin, and I was born to boil." And, the poneglyph written on Skypia, it turns out that Roger dictated and Odin scribed it. Roger, while listening, heard a bunch of strong voices surrounding this poneglyph. Again, the voices, these ancient voices that speak to these special people. Luffy, Momonosuke, Roger. Same with the Sea Kings in Fishman Island. But yeah, Odin puts together this document on the poneglyph and says, "Show it to me, Roger. Show me the final chapter of your grand life-spanning adventure." And here we lead into my favorite chapter in the series. And I don't mean to be a bit of an anticlimax, but really, I don't have much to add to this. The He Laughed chapter, 967, is the greatest chapter of One Piece to this date, from what I've read, which is a little past 1,000. Maybe there's better. Who knows? I haven't finished Wano, but this is just a masterclass. It is just beautiful as we see Roger's crew just enjoying the moment, taking it on, embracing it. As Bing Sake plays, I get emotional just thinking about it. I did see this in the episode, by the way. It is stunning. Bing Sake plays, and we see a young Frankie and Iceberg and Tom, who obviously had his role in Roger's journey. But this journey continues. They track down the poneglyphs in Fishman Island, in Wano, and Zoe. On Fishman Island, we see a young Charlie, we see a young Neptune. As Charlie said that the Sea Kings are waiting for the princess to be born, the mermaid princess, my queen Shirahoshi. And unfortunately, throughout this voyage, Toki takes ill right when they get to Wano, and so she must disembark at the place where she was, ironically, her original destination all along. And wow, it's making me emotional just looking at these panels. She implores Odin to not stop his journey, and to allow her to stay in Wano herself. She'll be okay, she says, and she says that if you're the type of man who would stop your journey now for something like this, then I want a divorce. She married him, she fell in love with him, because he's the type of person who would not let something like this deter him from his life's dream. And Odin, when he's dropping her off there, he sees his vassals. He sees Kinemon, Kanjuro, Raizo, Kawamatsu, Kiku, and Odin, without looking at them, with his back turned, says, "I will be leaving again for quite some time." And he says, "Even as I turned my back on Wano, I knew that some ominous change was afoot, as we see these industrial stacks, these smokestacks in the background, seeing that the oppression and the negative change to Wano is well underway from Orochi, from Kaido. And he sensed that something ominous was happening, and so he said, I could sense that if I turned back, I would never again go to sea. So he couldn't allow himself to, for the sake of his wife, who said these things to him, but also for the sake of himself, his dream, who he is. Of course, his vassals were a little frustrated that he didn't stop by and properly look them in the face, but the man they chose to follow is the man who would not turn back at this moment, because if he would have stayed forever, and that would be in disservice to the man he is. And so he kept going. It's so powerful that he didn't turn around, because he knew that would be it. He would leave Roger. He wouldn't be able to take in the grand adventure that they were about to experience. His return home merely lasted a couple of hours, and we see Pedro on Zoe when they get to Zoe. And this baby Pedro says to Roger, "Please let me take you along. Take me on your crew." And Roger says, "See, everyone gets their turn, their time to shine. You're on the waiting list, Pedro." But that line kills me. Everyone gets their time to shine, their turn. And Pedro says, "My turn?" very excitedly. And Roger says, "When it comes around, you can help us." And it did. Pedro's sacrifice was essential for so many reasons, for the advocation of dreams, carrying on the torch of Roger into the new era, fighting back against this sort of oppression, this night, all in service of all the themes that One Piece touts. But this hint, and talking about how he will shine, it will be his turn, knowing what happens to him, it just gets me so emotional. But they get all 4 road poneglyphs, and the course is charted for Laftel. And, this is very unfortunate, but it also feels almost like fate. Buggy catches a cold, and him and Shanks have to stay behind. And Shanks says, "If we're gonna go there, we'll take our own ship someday." And I believe it. I absolutely believe it. But they weren't able to go with them. And let me just read the rest of this. As Shanks stays behind, and Odin thinks to himself, are they best friends or mortal enemies? You could ask that about a lot of characters and dynamics in One Piece. But as it goes, as the Roger pirates reach Laftel, and on that day, we learn the entire truth of the world, what the 100-year void is, what the people of the D are, what the ancient weapons are. In the past, Wano was open to the world, and in the face of that vast treasure, which was very real indeed, Roger just laughed. And so did we all. We laughed until tears sprang to our eyes. And Roger says, "Oh, Joy Boy, I wish I'd been born in your time. This is quite a treasure you've left behind, a tale full of laughs. Say, that gives me an idea. We're the first people to reach this final island in 800 years. Why don't we give it a name? We'll call it Laugh Tale." Guys, I got nothing. I really have nothing to add to this. This is One Piece in a nutshell. It is One Piece pure distilled beauty and dreams, and an advocation and encouragement and empowerment and inspiration. This is my favorite chapter in the series. This is one of the most beautiful things I've seen in any story. 967 chapters of pure build-up, thematically, plot-wise, in terms of the lore, leading up into this. Roger looking at the One Piece, viewing it, and not being able to do anything but laugh, reflecting on all that they learned, all the journeys they had, all the joy they shared, the connections built, the emotions felt. And what else can you do at the end of this? Also worth noting, something that I don't really talk about here because I was so swept up in the emotions, is that Roger saying that it's quite a treasure that's been left behind by Joy Boy is really interesting to me, and is why I lean on the direction of the One Piece, or the treasure here, being substantial, to say the least, I guess is the way I would put it. I think that's an important thing that he says there. Of course, I'm not ruling anything out, but that line keys me into the idea that I think it's quite a treasure. I don't think it's a red herring, I don't think it's a bunch of nothing. But hey, who knows? What amazing lore and backstory behind the name of Laftel. Prior to this, I always thought of it as an imposing place, but now it feels to me like a place of joy. And it shot Roger right up my rankings. It is beautiful. I don't have much, I don't have anything clever or insightful to say. It speaks for itself. But dreams can be very ephemeral. All dreams end once the dreamer wakes or dies. And word spread of the One Piece as Roger told Shanks something that caused him to break down in tears. But the One Piece was put out into the world, the challenge, the gauntlet was laid down. This is the first domino, well, you could take it back further and further, but this is one of the primary dominoes that led to Luffy, to a big part of why Luffy set out on his journey. Of course, Luffy is Luffy, and he wouldn't have set out if he wasn't him. There's also Shanks' influence too, and I do think that Luffy will have, in any era, in any story, been the character he was. But it is just not true to say that this wasn't wasn't something that had a huge impact on his direction. As Roger disbanded the Roger Pirates, laid down the gauntlet, and allowed the new generation to do what they wanted with it. But Roger thinks back to things he's heard, Fishman Island, throughout his adventures, and he says that someone will be born and eventually surpass us. I wonder who that is. And the narration says that this was a man's farewell, as Roger said goodbye to his crew. We were utterly stoic, not a tear was shed, for the crew of the future king of the pirates would never ever cry, as everyone is bawling. And there's word from Odin talking about how they must open the gates to Wano before the day that Joy Boy reappears, this generation's Joy Boy. And Odin, just like Roger, said goodbye to his second pirate crew, his second, or rather third, family. But he comes home, and he says he joyfully reunites with his family, with his wife and kids, but he immediately learns that something is amiss. And this is what I mean by the dream being dissipated. He's essentially filled in on all the minutiae of the plot and the little details, and realizes what's going on is largely Orochi's fault. And he sums it up well when he says he sees that his wife has taken a wound, and he is enraged. He is absolutely beside himself. And so he basically says it perfectly. I don't know all the ins and outs of the story, but I just know this. A fool has taken control of Wano. A weak, cowardly fool using the strength of a fearsome pirate and taking advantage of this closed nation where no one can interfere to turn our land into a hellscape. Odin makes his way over and immediately confronts Orochi. And Orochi, the sniveling coward that he is, cowers in fear as Odin confronts him and says he's going to snap him in two. And something I love about this is that Odin wasn't enraged and didn't leave to confront Orochi impulsively upon seeing what happened to Wano, seeing the pollution and industry everywhere, seeing the darkness and the general atmosphere of the place. He didn't leave when he heard about the things that had ensued. But what caused him to leave was seeing that Toki had been hurt. That was the final straw. He protects those closest to him. And his wife, there is no one closer. And Odin, Roger, Whitebeard, they all have this similar energy to Luffy, where no matter what they do, they exude this charisma that causes people to just love them and get swept up in their wake. And I think the fact that this happens to Wano offers a really interesting wrinkle on the morality of Odin. Because I could see some arguing that it was irresponsible for him, knowing something bad was happening, to nonetheless turn away and take on the rest of the adventure with Roger. One would say that maybe he had a responsibility to Wano, and I would see that argument for sure. I don't think I'd have much to say against that. I think it makes him a better character that his dreams come at the expense or come on the stepping stones of suffering that he willingly turned away from. It makes the idea of what one will do for their dreams even deeper, even richer. It makes him more complex and interesting and nuanced. And I love that. I'm glad that he isn't a cookie-cutter paragon of virtue. He hasn't been from the start when he was boiling Odin over a corpse. And this is all well within the realms of his character, who is a person who inspires others, but is deeply flawed and makes decisions that are not perfect. And in a lot of ways, Odin, like Whitebeard, like Roger, like Luffy, like Ace, is added to the cavalcade of characters in One Piece who are a symbol, who are much more than the sum of their lives, that mean so much more because of how they inspire others, and who understand the weight of what it means to be a symbol. Essentially what happens is that Oden is blocked off from attacking Orochi, and, we know there's more to it, but he, as a result of this, starts dancing naked in the flower capital, seeming to be a disgrace, dancing like a fool. And it's so sad because there's more to it than this. We're not given the details at the beginning, but there's more to it. And after confronting royalty like this, Oden this was always going to happen. Public perception kind of turns a little bit on Oden as a result of this, because upon seeing that he's returned, people wanted him rather than Orochi. But Oden would dance and disgrace himself in the middle of the flower capital and ask for change and beg. And then, on the day that Roger dies, as news reaches Oden, as he does the same thing he did every day, he cries, tears streaming down his face, as he says, "Roger, you wonderful man. What a life." It was the start of the great age of piracy, and Oden suffered immensely, seeing what became of his home, having to disgrace himself, but it was all in service of something greater. Oden's vassals were forced to operate in secret, and finally, when news reaches that Hyogoro, the flower, was taken captive and 16 people died, including his wife, that is the last straw for Oden, and the fight back begins. He resolves to take down Kaido, to take down Orochi, and his crew, his vassals, loyal as ever, join him. To the once-in-a-lifetime uproar caused by the Kozuki Oden, the man for whom all of Wano wept, with him stood 9 men, made samurai through his patronage. The hour was sunset, the sun crimson red. It shone like flames upon these men heading into battle, and the katanas they wore at their waists burned just as brightly with life. Afterwards, in reference to these red scabbards and in honor of their strength and loyalty, people called them the Akazaya 9. And now, dear audience, let not your eyelids blink lest you miss a moment of what shall be known as the Hour of Legends, as we see all of them take up arms and get ready for the fight. Amazing spread to showcase this. And the battle ensues, and we are given context for the scar, specific context for the scar on Kaido's chest. In dragon form specifically, we see it inflicted upon him by Oden. Oden is the one to disgrace him with a scar. But for that reason, Oden is, in Kaido's mind, elevated to this legendary status. He is the one who made him bleed. He is the one who wounded him. And so, this unlocks something in Kaido's mind through the way he looks at Oden, and just generally through Oden's demeanor and how he approaches life. That is so important going forward, and another little puzzle piece to add to the accumulation of little bits and breadcrumbs we get for Kaido as a character. But it is deeply notable, this beautiful spread. Oden is the one who wounds Kaido. And in the dirtiest trick, the shapeshifter pretends to be Momo, who distracts Oden momentarily, causing the Akazaya 9 and this revolution to end in defeat. And so the verdict here is, in the public square, the 10 wicked samurai were sentenced to be boiled to death. That is the propaganda. That was their sentence. These 10 samurai were to be boiled to death. And there's this beautiful little, and sad, so sad that the kids are going through this, Momo and Hiyori. Momo wants to eat something, and then Toki tells him, you can't taste that yet, it hasn't been tested for poison. And he goes, why is my life in danger? And his mom says, because your father is a great man. And Momo will be too. And he breaks down into tears, knowing what the day is. The day that all of them will be executed, apparently. But as we see, Kaido and Orochi overlook this macabre spectacle, this gigantic pot for which these people are to boil. And then Oden makes a deal with Kaido, a deal that Kaido intends to honor by saying to Kaido, let's agree upon a certain amount of time. If any of us 10 samurai, are able to withstand being in the boiling pot for longer than that time, let us go free. Kaido says, sure, 1 hour. And he deeply means this. He means this. He intends to honor it. If Oden and his vassals are able to withstand it for more than an hour, he will let them go. This is an agreement that is meant to be honored. These are the principles that Kaido adheres to. And so with this agreement in place, Odin drops himself into the pot, picks up a plank, and tells all his vassals to stand on it. And he bears the brunt of it all. He fully intends here to withstand more than an hour to save his vassals and his crew here. And they say, we're the ones who should be holding you up. But that's just never been the type of person he's been. But that's just never been the type of person that Odin is. He, till the end, was someone who would be the example, would be the symbol, would be the spearhead, and would go head first into anything. He wouldn't settle with being held up by someone, with others sacrificing themselves for him. He's the type of leader that does the opposite. And he says, shut up and stay there. That is an order. And Orochi is obviously upset about this, but Kaido loves it. Kaido thinks the agreement is being adhered to, and he fully intends here to stick to that agreement. And while everyone expects him to be completely burnt alive and to be done in less than a minute, the minutes tick by, and he stands strong. And Shinobu in the crowd completely loses it at someone who calls him a fool of a lord. Very similar to Ace and Whitebeard. She says, you are the fools. How dare you call him that? Say it one more time and I'll end your life. She says, who do you think has been ensuring that you all live in peace? If you lose Lord Odin now, you'll all come to understand. You'll know just how much misery he kept at bay. And essentially what it boils down to is that, pardon the horrific pun, Odin did his thing, dancing naked in the street every day for 5 years in order to stop hundreds of people from being slaughtered in the streets. Or not slaughtered, rather, kidnapped and sent to Kaido. Each dance would save 100 lives. Each dance would save 100 people from being kidnapped. So a deal was made that people would stop being kidnapped for as long as he would offer this disgraceful public apology to the Kurozumi clan. So this, over the course of 5 years, this horrible hell, this disgrace hoisted upon him, was for the citizens of Wano. From start to finish, he put himself out there to protect his people, whether it be in this boiling pot, whether it be out on the streets. And that is why I think the wrinkle in his morality isn't something that feels like it isn't addressed, because I feel like a lot of this is, of course, because Odin is who he is, he was going to do this, but I feel like a lot of this compensates for it. He made a judgment call that many would call a mistake in terms of the sake of Wano, but he made up for it and then some with what he did after that. And so Shinobu's proclamation here causes a lot of the crowd to sort of change their tune and, you know, want for Odin to succeed. They can't really be too loud about it because of the guards around, but it does change the public perception. Now the time ticks away, and eventually Odin finally reaches an hour, and Odin, enduring all that he's enduring, right at the end, still holding it up, says that the Kozuki clan shut away Wano from the rest of the world due to an external power. In the future, Wano, no, the entire world, awaits a figure. After an 800-year span, this figure will come, and we must be able to work with him to propel the world into a more prosperous future. And he says, I will die today. They are going to kill me. It's over for me. And he says, please open up Wano for me in my stead. I think I was kind of making it seem like this happened right towards the end. This happened a third of the way through, so 20 minutes. But Odin gives them this dream, this proclamation. And Raizo says, your dream, oh my god, is our dream. And Odin did not die. He held firm. He survived. A miracle, one would say. And Kaido looks at him, kind of stone-faced, kind of shocked. But I 100% believe, for reasons that I'm going to talk about later, the thing that fits most with Kaido's characterization here is honoring the plan that was set out, the agreement, the principles of what they agreed to. But in spite of this, Orochi, bitter and disgusting as he is, decides that the new execution will be death by firing squad. He just makes it up on the spot. And so Odin throws the plank so all his vassals can escape, and he can take it all himself. And he says, open Wano's borders. And they all escape and they all run. Live to fight another day. Live for this revolution that is currently happening in the Ark. The present day, not the flashback, live so the embers of that can burn into this great fire of revolution. And they're all crying. They're all crying beside themselves with grief, knowing that their beloved Odin is going to die here, but also knowing that in order to do right by him, they must respect and carry out his final words, and to do that they have to live, as they all reflect on the times they've shared with him. Now, Kaido says, I'll do you the service of putting you out of your misery, because your body is dead, and this is the mercy that you deserve, because Odin is going to die no matter what. And the distinction of that is very important. He wants to put him out of his misery. Orochi is the one who dishonored the agreement, but Kaido here wants to put Odin out of his misery due to respect. And Kaido says, the age of Kozuki is over for good. You'll all die, seeing what's going on, and seeing what's ensued. But Odin says, do not make the mistake of underestimating our samurai. And what I really want to emphasize here about Kaido is not that he deserves to be called this paragon of goodness, because he isn't. Kaido's a horrible person. But there's a distinction between the yearning that he has to try to uphold these honorable bouts and these sniveling, cowardly, devious deeds of Orochi. Because what is said next is very important. Kaido says to Odin, they will speak of you for years to come, saying that you died a spectacular death. This is very important, because another thing that he says here is that during the fight with Odin, a little while back, when that old hag transformed into Momo, and this distracted Odin, and this led to Odin's capture, this is something that Kaido despised. He loved to have this honorable man-on-man fight where the outcome would be decided by not by external factors, but by the wills of those in the bout, Odin and Kaido. He yearned for the honorable duel here. That was taken from him through Orochi's machinations. He yearned to adhere to the agreement he set with Odin. Orochi's machinations undercut it. Kaido is a person who very much fixates on yearning for an ideal. A lot of times his ideal has to do with a glorious battle or an agreement. He has very strong moral principles, and he doesn't like being underhanded or devious or betraying those principles. He wants to live in a way that allows him to be proud of the way he conducts himself. Fights with like-minded opponents that end in honorable ways. Total defeat, total victory, whatever it be, through the hands of those fighting. Not by external factors. He yearns for that, but it's consistently taken away from him by, in this case, Orochi. He yearns for a beautiful death, as we see maybe one of the origins of it here, as he tells Odin that they will celebrate you after you die. You have a spectacular death here. And we know that Kaido thinks that death completes a person. So maybe, through witnessing Odin's death here, this death that immortalized him in spite of all the underhanded stuff, that is the core of that idea that sprung in his mind. Death completes a person. And yet, despite being the strongest in the world, Kaido consistently tries to kill himself, but he's never able to die. Even the spectacular, romantic, or strange but satisfying death that he's searching for eludes him. Everything eludes him. He yearns for everything, for glorious battle, for moral principles to be upholded in these honorable bouts, for a beautiful death, but he is never granted it. Life always takes it away from him. But Kaido despairs. Kaido despairs at this. He despairs that life does not allow him to live in the way that he wants to live. Sorry, the light is kind of crazy. Let me fix that. That's a little bit better. He despairs that life does not allow him to live the way he wants to live. It's always taken from him. Orochi steals Odin's honorable death from him. He didn't like that. He had this expression in one of the panels that showed that he really wasn't a fan of that. He can't even kill himself on his own terms. If we skip ahead a little bit, his son doesn't act the way he wants him to. His son reflects Odin, this person who Kaido has this complex towards, this inferiority complex towards, this example of someone he admires and envies for the way he lived his life and the way he was able to die beautifully. Admiration and envy towards figures that are larger than life is a big part of Kaido. He has it towards Odin, he will have it towards Luffy, but we will talk about that later on in the video. He is constantly yearning. He is constantly unfulfilled, chasing the feeling from 20 years prior that was stolen from him. Drinking, drinking and despair go kind of hand in hand for a lot of people. He's been consistently unfulfilled, having stuff taken from him. His world, his life, the life he desires doesn't come to pass despite him being the strongest. Which reminds me of that quote, "The weak don't get to choose how they die." I do think that on some level, something deep in his soul, not physically, but something deep in his soul, Kaido is weak, and he is not able to choose how he dies. Because Kaido suffers. He has this ideal. It's never achieved in his life. He's constantly yearning, never reaching it. But that is an encapsulation of detours, isn't it? It's just a darker complexion of it. Luffy yearns to be the Pirate King. He gets in a lot of adventures along the way. There's a lot of suffering along the way. And he almost loses hope, but he doesn't. And that is why people look at Luffy as this symbol of hope. But Kaido, he sees that his end goals are not being granted to him, and rather than looking at them as detours and adventures, and still being empowered by the things he learns from them, or being able to see the bright side, or being able to at least strive past that, he despairs. He is lonely. He isolates himself. Oden drank with others, Kaido drinks alone. And he seems to latch onto Yamato as well as this this vicarious gratification and this legacy that maybe he is cursed to never fulfill, but he wants Yamato to fulfill. But maybe his yearning is to leave some sort of impression, some sort of legacy on the world in some way. That Kaido was not the type of person that it seems like history is destined to make him seem. But the thing is, because of his despair, he has just given in to darkness and caused this immense pain. And so, because he gives up, he can have no qualms about being portrayed this way by history. And when you think back to Kaido wanting to go to Marineford, he likely thought it was going to be a beautiful death for him to die in a battle with Whitebeard. Anyways, I think that's my little spiel on Kaido for now. I went a little bit more than I wanted to, but I think it's fine. We're hinting at future stuff. We'll have another later in the video where we'll put more of it together, but that's kind of the core of his character, and I find it so beautiful, so beautifully done. Such an interesting and complex character fed through subtext. And if you really want to, if you really try, it's a challenging character here, but if you really try, you are rewarded. The more you dig into this, the more breadcrumbs you find, and the more connections you can put together to see this character who is such a great antithesis of the series and Luffy, such an interesting psychology. But yeah, sorry, so back to Oden. He says to Oden, "You will die a spectacular death." And Oden says, "I do not care how I die, they can forget about me. My soul will live on." And Kaido then apologizes for what happened with the old hag. And Oden says, "How upright of you. Build your strength while you can, for I am a story to accompany your drinks. I am Oden, and I was born." And he's shot. "To boil," the rest of the crowd says in unison, as he falls back into the boiling pot, and this toothy grin, this toothy smile, fades. And he dies smiling. As all of Wano cries and weeps, he dies smiling. And this was carried out to the players of the next stage, as Wano seems to be the story that is carried out in acts and on stage. And Oden leaves this letter for Toki, explaining that what will happen in the next 20 years, what will happen to his children. And he says, "If I should die, use your power and the plan." And Toki, tears in her eyes, takes on this burden and carries on her husband's torch, the strength in her, so immense, as she says, "Look ahead, Oden, to 20 years in the future." Now, the next chapter and the last chapter of this flashback begins with Oden talking to his subjects about the beautiful connection to Zou, playing with his kids, bonding with his kids. And we go back to present day, quote unquote, of the flashback, as all these scabbards race to save Oden's family. Kaido, in, I do think, despair and part of his plan, of course, but the despair we talked about earlier, sets ablaze their family home, and he holds Momonosuke so tiny in his hand off the edge of a cliff, and he holds him there, and he says, "What is your name?" "Your father is a fool of a lord. With your death, I presume the Kozuki clan is finished." And Momo, in this showing of strength that would become so essential to the arc and who he is now in the story, says, "My father is a great warrior, and I will one day carry this nation on my shoulders." And Kaido said, "A dream someone else put in your mouth. I didn't realize you were so young." And to an extent, you understand why he's saying that, and to an extent, he is kind of right. But the thing that goes on here is that Momo makes it his own. These are words he repeated, but through the adventures he learns about, through the things he learns about through the adventures with Luffy, it is a process of it becoming his own dream. Not because it's forced upon him, not because of the duty that's unfair, but necessary, but because he wants it. You are the moon, unaware of the dawn. May your purpose be fulfilled and cast 9 shadows on the night woven of 20 years, and you shall know the brilliance of the dawn. Lady Toki's last words, speaking of the plan to send all the people she sent into the future as she does it, as the lines that Denjiro reminisced about. And you shall know the brilliance of the dawn. That's Luffy. It's many things, but in large part, it is Luffy. Notably, we then cut brilliant storytelling to Orochi, who is shivering at the prospect of this revolution, of the ghosts of Odin. But he goes into this hot bath because of his shivering, because of this fear. And it's scalding, it's uncomfortable for him. But what a contrast. He goes into this hot bath because he's scared. Odin went into his pot because of courage, to protect those he cared about. And he sustained it for an hour. Orochi can hardly sustain it for 60 seconds, and it's just a hot bath. He's trying to emulate Odin almost subconsciously in this way, but he will never reach him. He will never devour him. Also, it's worth noting here that with regards to the theme of identity, interesting how Odin and Kanjuro, to jump forward just a little bit, we'll talk about Kanjuro in a bit, quite soon, were faceless, nobodies, cloaked in shadow. And then, through their experiences, through whatever happened to them and whatever their motives were, they morphed themselves into 2 entirely different people. We went from nobody into somebody spectacular, one of the most important characters in the story for Odin, and nobody into someone who classified themselves as nobody for Kanjuro. It's just an interesting nuance and twist and parallel with regards to the idea of identity and the people we become. And so we see the twist that Denjiro became Kyoshiro. We see Kawamatsu and Hiyori and Ashura left forlorn. We see the plan that Denjiro and Hiyori put together, and they have a beautiful dynamic. I think they are empowered by the presence of one another, and they are there for each other at a time where they need it so much. Kawamatsu in Lady Hiyori's life as well, of course, as Hiyori became Komurasaki, and Denjiro took up his place at Orochi's side. And they just kept telling each other, you know, keep holding on. We're almost there. We're almost at 20 years. And chapter 974 is where we first get word of this traitor. And here is where I basically started realizing, yeah, Kanjuro is the traitor. The stuff I've been thinking about since Punk Hazard, it's coming true. And it was kind of surreal going through this chapter, but this idea of how he was born into a theater troupe, lost his parents due to persecution within Wano. He could only survive by acting out a role. Kabuki, right? He will live his life as a true Kozuki and die as a Kozuki without a single soul noticing, ideally. It's the grand role for Kanjuro to play out on stage that Orochi provides him with. And it just all fits, it all clicks into place, and it makes Kanjuro such a beautiful, beautiful character study. The more Wano goes along, the more prominent these characters come into the fore, and the more interesting their psychologies are. The amount of attachment and engagement I have to them just grows and grows. Kanjuro is a fantastic character. Absolutely fantastic. This idea of him being nobody, how it coalesces with his role of being an actor, how he drew his drawings with his left hand to disguise this, how he blends it in, and the nuances of, you know, why he does certain things in the past. I think that he was actually fully willing to die for this role. He was about to go through with the execution, right? It's just fascinating. He's such a great take on the idea of identity, lack thereof, but identity in his lack thereof. So basically, this unnamed person, has been feeding Orochi the news, the operations, but by this point, I knew it was Orochi, or Kanjuro, sorry. And the reveal then happens. Back with Kinemon, Raizo, Kawamatsu, Inu, Ashura, wondering who the traitor was, what could have happened. Kanjuro outs himself. And Kanjuro says, after being questioned, like, we nearly died together in that boiling pot, he says, nothing would have completed my role better than to die with you. Ever since I lost my will to go on as a child, I've been searching for my place to die. The man you thought I was never existed. Earning your trust, the joys and sorrows, the connections we meant, hating none of you and meaning you no harm, the one thing I did was continually send Lord Orochi information. And he says his true name, Kurozumi Kanjuro. This person who has no sense of self, he has been warped into nothing, into nobody, by circumstance and tragedy. A byproduct of this sort of conflict. What a fascinating character. And it doesn't come out of nowhere. It's been foreshadowed in multiple ways for arcs and arcs, hundreds of chapters. And the Beast Pirates arrive to confront them and ambush them. Kinemon in his rage, the betrayal he must be feeling, and also the feelings of inadequacy at having trusted him. There's no doubt at this moment he's going, how could I have not seen this? He beheads Kanjuro, but it ends up being an illusion. Perfectly drawn illusion. This guy, oh my god, he played the role perfectly. But we see that the real Kanjuro kidnapped Momonosuke and is going to bring him to Onigashima. And what must Momonosuke be thinking? This person who was seemingly pledged to him and his father? Unreal. But then, we hear a voice. Sorry, we're a little late. And the worst generation show up. Kid, Law, Luffy. The trio all the way back from Sabaody, and this is just so hype. From the best flashback in the series, into the Kanjuro reveal, into this, I was losing my mind. As Luffy says, when you're at sea, you fight against pirates. And one of the most triumphant, at the pits of despair, Kinemon and the Akazaya 9 must have been feeling. Luffy, Law, and Kid here show up to the promised spot, and are taking out their enemies. There is always that hope, even when all seems lost. All the crews are flanking them, and yeah, this story is not nearly done yet. This is going to be a long video, oh my god. So at this point, the Worst Generation trio does their thing, attacks a bunch of ships. Denjiro then reveals himself and talks about the twist that we've been talking about already, about him being Kyoshido and all the stuff that's going on with that. Again, really clever plot twist. I really enjoy it and how it was built up, and then how it's paid off here. But then, in one of the funniest things in recent memory that I've read from One Piece, it is so funny, as Denjiro talks about how Yasu gave this message that was misrepresentative to mislead a lot of the antagonistic forces. So, as a result of this, all their allies, there was no misunderstanding, everyone knew where to be, and everything worked out. And the way it played out made it seem like Kinemon was misleading on purpose. And Denjiro goes, you're sharp as hell, Kinemon. All props to you for doing this and misleading the enemy and misleading Kanjuro. And Kinemon the entire time had no goddamn clue what he was doing. He just himself misunderstood the message. And I love that. It's a great, beautiful little bit of lighthearted comedy that balances things, gives us a bit of respite without destroying the tone or anything, and is very in character with Kinemon. And despite him coming into prominence in this arc in such a really important way, in a way that's so inspirational, he's still Kinemon. He's still silly. He's still dumb, quote-unquote, in some ways. So onwards to Onigashima. Notably, Kinemon says something which is, perhaps I will die in the battle ahead. It feels as though I've just used up an entire lifetime's worth of good luck. Yikes. That's an interesting line. They try to get Momonosuke back from Kanjuro, but Kanjuro's able to fight them off. And Momonosuke, in the midst of all of this, in the midst of being taken away, taken captive, gives them an order. And something that is huge for his character. Momonosuke says, can you all hear me? Do not fret about me. That is what the enemy wants you to do. I will find a way to escape on my own. Destroy Kaido and Orochi and protect Wano. And he's kind of making it up as he goes. He doesn't know what he's going to do, how he's going to escape, how any of this is going to come to pass, but he knows that is the right thing to do, and he has the courage to proclaim it to his men. And Luffy looks on in admiration. This is not the biggest step for Momo in this arc, not any bigger than the steps he's had before this, or the steps he will have after this, but it is nonetheless a stepping stone, a significant moment as he proclaims this. In spite of all his fear, he is courageous in the face of all his fear. As Luffy looks on and goes, by Momo's standards, he's being a real man. And Luffy says, find a way to survive and we'll go and rescue you, because we're friends. To which Momonosuke is just crying. It's beautiful. Luffy and Momonosuke, like I predicted would happen, they're becoming one of the best dynamics in the entire series. The Beast Pirates are still a pain. Momonosuke's gone, but the Beast Pirates are still attacking, and, it's looking a little bit dicey, but then, who is there to attack an enemy ship and put them out of commission and save the day? The one who made a promise in the previous arc, Jinbei. First son of the sea. And he says, sorry for making you wait, but I've come. And he formally introduces himself as a member of the Straw Hats, and he's here. The promise between friends, between two who are closer than friends, between two who have a bond that has been built up in so many ways, who have shared so much. Luffy owes his life to him, but Jinbei also owes so much to Luffy as well. These two who have exchanged so much, who have one of the most unique bonds and strongest bonds in the series, they meet up again, and the promise is fulfilled. And the rest of the Straw Hats, his new crewmates, cheer for him that he's arrived. And this is the formal induction of Jinbei into the crew that I've been waiting for, right here. It's so beautiful. It's so gratifying. It's the payoff of this. It took long. It took a long time, and he acted like a crew for a couple of arcs prior to this. He acted like a crew member. And Luffy told him to join, and he more or less accepted, but now he's there, he's had a formal introduction, and it feels official. And it's so adorable. Everyone sort of hugs him. Nami, Carrot, Luffy, Chopper, everyone's just kind of hugging him, so glad that he's come. It's fair to say that he doesn't have much of a problem with striking up camaraderie with his crewmates. They already know him, they love him, he loves them back. There's going to be no problems when it comes to chemistry here. And Frankie, notably, is really happy that we're going to have someone, a helmsman, who's able to use the ship to full capacity. The Straw Hats decide, ultimately in this chapter 977, that they will properly celebrate Jinbei joining once their job here is finished. A plan is put together by Law and the Scabbards and of how they're going to invade in Onigashima, and essentially, they set off, and we get a tiny bit of a time skip, just like a bit of a cut, and we arrive in Onigashima. This gigantic Oni skull skulking in the background. Amazing, ominous backdrop, very dark for this showdown. As the Straw Hats arrive, they take down some of the guards who were expecting them, and at the same time, the coward trio just kind of watches on, hiding underneath the railing on the deck. Adorable. I love them. And they go, nice job, guys, it looks good out there. Leading to this magnificent spread of the Straw Hats after they've sort of conquered this first part of Onigashima. But then we cut to the antagonist. We cut to Kaido, Orochi, and we get a really interesting line from Kaido, who says, where is my son? He should be making an appearance. It's a feast. We knew nothing about a son, about a child of Kaido. So this was immediately really, really interesting to me. And I was kind of really latching on to any mention of this son of Kaido's from this point on, because it's a really interesting plot thread to introduce 70 chapters into the arc. But yeah, it's first mentioned here. And then this elite force called the Tobi Roppo are introduced. They walk in at the end of this chapter as the sort of defense squad here. And I gotta say, every design of the Tobi Roppo is great. We have Drake, who is acting as a double agent. Drake's a really interesting character in that I find he's extremely plot relevant, but I don't find him very interesting as a character. I don't think there's been much internal psychology or characterization for him, or, there's been some, of course. I know his personality, I know his general interactions and his role in the story, but, he's much more of a plot character than a character writing character, if you know what I mean. So I don't find him super interesting to latch onto, but he's cool, and he's here doing his thing. There's Who's Who. There's Black Maria, where I gotta say, Yu Kobayashi voicing Black Maria with this very sultry tone. Ooh, man. Sasaki as well. Great designs across the board. We see page 1 again. in his regular human form. Great design here. And Alti. He has this sibling relationship with Alti, who I adore. I've heard that a lot of people don't really like Alti much. They find her annoying. They don't like some of the more villainous things she does in the arc. If you guys know anything about me, you know I don't care about that. Morality does not dictate whether I like a character or not. It's all about the writing and the presentation and how much I enjoy them, and I love Alti's personality. I find it very, very very endearing. I find the way she talks very sort of proper and cute, and I love her relationship with Page One. I find that they just bounce off one another so endearingly, despite them being antagonists, and she kind of appeals to me. I kind of made the comparison that she's kind of Carrot, but from the antagonist side. You know, she's unlikable, yeah, but she's traditionally unlikable. I love her design, I love her personality, I think she's cute, endearing, fun, engaging, great interactions with Page One, who I also really love. So yeah, I'm a fan of Alti. I'm a big fan of Alti. Just every time she's on the page, I can't help but just be really engaged. But yeah, they're introduced in this gigantic spread. As Alti says, another family issue then? Is Kaido stupid or something? So clearly, another breadcrumb. It's clear from here that Kaido has expectations for his son to be the proper son of Kaido, to do that job or duty with all that it entails, but there are issues with that. So immediately I was able to gather that this son of Kaido's is someone who likely does not want to step up to the mantle and carry out the role that's set out for him. He likely has his own ambitions, he wants to be free from this, he has his own dreams, and, you know, partly in large part due to the fact that Kaido thrust this upon him, acts in opposition to it. It's interesting. We talk about Kaido's yearning and how he wants to leave a legacy in a bunch of ways, and how he wants to, well, we'll talk about this later, but how he tries to connect with others, but they only really fear him. All that, I think, is present to some degree with Yamato, how Kaido wants to vicariously live through Yamato, through his son, as he says, and wants him to be the bearer of his torch, his legacy. But ironically, the more you push that on a child, the less they're going to want to do that. Who knows? You know, maybe if Yamato was completely bereft of environmental influences, he would have grown up to want to be like Kaido. I don't know. That's impossible to know for sure. But it certainly doesn't help to push it and be overbearing and say, you have to do this. This is your duty. You see it all across fiction and real life. That doesn't work with kids. The vast majority of cases, that simply doesn't work. It just pushes them away more. And so it's really ironic and fitting and tragic in a way that Kaido wants this so much, and yet again, life does not deliver it to him. In large part due to his own faults, and the way he is, and the way he's come to view the world. But nonetheless, it's, again, very cohesive with his character, and it adds another piece to the puzzle. But they wait to talk with Kaido, to have a meeting with Kaido, and that's how they're introduced, through this spread. Also, just a really quick note about Onigashima as a setting. I talked about the visuals, it's very imposing, it's a symbol of Kaido, it's done in the image of Kaido, it represents him beautifully, aesthetically. But it's interesting because the story portrays New Onigashima as this place that Kaido creates as this sort of fighting ground for the strong, this new world. And it's interesting because there's even some subtext there. I immediately thought, is he creating this new world because the world itself doesn't allow for him to live the way he wants? So is he just taking it into his own hands? Is he trying to make a world for which that will conform to his rules, sort of in miniature, kind of like Dressrosa being a miniature of the One Piece world, similar to that. It's really interesting. There's so many ways that Kaido is directly and indirectly characterized, specifically indirectly, and I think this is one as well. You can read into so many things, and it's all valid. So it's stated that Orochi is complacent, he thinks he's safe. The forces are slowly invading. They're carrying out their plan. They've divided up. We have Denjiro on one side. We have Kinemon on another. The Straw Hats leading the front. Law is approaching from sea. And the enemy are just celebrating. They're just enjoying this revelry as Momonosuke just waits, having faith that they will come and save him. Honestly, kind of similar to, well, not exactly because of what Robin said externally, but in a way similar to Robin. Very similar to her late Enies lobby. But after showing a brief glimpse of this, Kaido finally addresses the Tobi Roppo. And of course, they're there as a defense squad. They're there for that purpose. But the primary reason that they're gathered here by King, by the way, who's formally introduced as well, is Kaido asks them to find Yamato. He says they can all challenge an all-star for their position if they find him. Because of this banquet, Kaido has an announcement to make about his son. His son needs to be present, Yamato needs to be present, and Yamato's not here. Yamato's gone missing. And the banquet sort of kicks off with Queen leading the processions. I gotta say, the way the anime did this, if I'm remembering correctly, Megumi Ishitani's directorial debut, phenomenal. Absolutely unbelievable. The introduction of the Tobi Roppo, this banquet, this sort of dance festival, whatever you want to call it, it was so dynamic. It was so engaging. Beautiful shots throughout. Great use of color and camera pulls and angles and compositing and compositions. It's just a work of art, this episode. I don't remember the exact one it was, but this material was covered in Megumi Ishitani's directorial debut, and I adored it. But Luffy, who has wandered off into the banquet hall with this frontal assault, sees that Oshiruko is just being tossed everywhere. There's such an excess of it that they don't need it, and it's being tossed everywhere. And he thinks of those he's come to know on Wano, Tama specifically, how she was so pleased about this birthday she had with such little food. And he thinks about his promise that he made to her, and he's just enraged by this. The economic situation speaks for itself just by looking at the way that food is used here. It's really ingenious the way it is. It reminds me actually of Arcane in the first couple of episodes, how it uses food. You can check out my reactions to the series if you want more of an elaboration on that. So Luffy, in his rage, attacks and blows his cover a lot of the Beast Pirates. He attacks them. And, Kid notices that he's being a distraction. He's taking all the attention. Apu confronts Luffy in defense. Zoro looks on as well and joins in. So Luffy and Zoro are taking on all comers, and Apu is opposing them. And he's got some interesting powers. Like, it is quite formidable. It's causing quite a problem for Luffy and Zoro. But then, out of nowhere, it seems, Kid, buoyed by Luffy and Zoro's approach to this whole thing, takes this as an opportunity and an invitation to land a heavy one on Apu as revenge for selling them out, for being a traitor in the first place, and to leading to all the misery that's been heaped upon him in Wano. It is this fantastic spread. It is this great illustration of his arm, this mechanical arm, the Punk Gibson. I can't imagine how much of a pain it is to draw this in addition to Kaido's dragon form. Like, there are details like that throughout all of Wano. I really can't believe how Oda was able to consistently do these illustrations so well. While we're on the topic, I think some people have asked me about what I think, now that I'm almost caught up, how I feel about the evolution of Oda's art and presentation. Basically, I think as an artist, he's just gotten better and better. I'm not saying that, for example, a lot of the spreads in Skypiea weren't some of the best things he's done. Absolutely. Same with Fishman Island, same with Dressrosa, same with stuff in Enies Lobby, Marineford. Absolutely, those are the peaks of Oda's art, but I think that in terms of chapter to chapter, the consistency here is the best it's ever been. It's so rich, it's so vibrant, it's so dynamic. I think it's paneled quite well. There are, once in a while there is too much. It does get a bit too busy at times, and so that's the only thing that I think Oda's gotten a bit too self-indulgent with, that is not quite as good as it was in the first few hundred chapters. The paneling was cleaner, but it's still great on occasion here. It's still great. That's the only thing that I think has gone down. Everything else has gone up. Just the way everything's illustrated, he's just a better artist. The drawings just look generally consistently fantastic in a way that I don't think they ever have been. But anyways, yes, Kid joins the fray, lays one on Apu, very impulsive, very hot-tempered as he tends to be. And it is mayhem. Queen says and orders his men, the Beast Pirates, to attack and wipe them out. Luffy, Zoro, Kid, and Killer enters as well. At the same time, the plan's kind of like working out. A lot of the attention is drawn to this frontal force as Kinemon tries to invade in a more discreet way to try to get Momonosuke back. And in so doing, Chopper comes face to face with his good old friend Lin, Big Mom. Meanwhile, Big Mom's pirates, this flows naturally into this, are trying to scale this waterfall to make their way onto Onigashima, New Onigashima, to understand what the nature of this alliance is and what's going on, because they think it's really irrational, they don't really understand it, and they want to know what's going on. So they're scaling this. This obviously isn't great news, but it's what's going on. And so, just as they're seemingly about to enter, who arrives but Marco? In one of my favorite spreads up till this point in Wano. I love Marco. I've really liked him since Marineford, but he's somehow, I think Wano is actually a better arc for him, and the sort of the stuff just prior to it, I don't remember if that was Reverie or Wano. Either way, I think this stuff is actually more effective character work for him than Marineford, where he's introduced and where I loved him so much immediately. This just adds so much depth and richness to it, and the way that he's able to be adaptable and live in a way that does such honor to Whitebeard, while also being totally independent as well, carrying the torch forward, acting in the way that he feels is right for the world, for the future of the world. It's beautiful. It's genuinely amazing, and just makes him such a likable, wonderful character, and it's great to see him help on the protagonistic side in this case, rather than sort of a bit of an extra that I found so engaging in Marineford. But yeah, he arrives with Neko, who came to visit him, we talked about that before, and Izo, makes sense, the Whitebeard connection. So Kaido is enjoying the party. Eventually Kanjuro makes his way over to him and brings Momonosuke to him. And Momo is completely beat up, he's battered, he's not in a good way. He looks tortured and it's awful. Kanjuro says that he had to do this in order to make him comply. And Kaido has a really interesting look as he looks on at him, and there's just a ... And Kaido recognizes Momonosuke, and he says, he calls back to when he almost killed him, dropped him off that cliff, saying, "I was disappointed in you as the son of Odin." And it's, again, envy, but admiration for Odin. He has this great admiration for the man Odin was, and he has this great fixation on legacy. And so for him, if he was to be the son of Odin, he wanted Momonosuke to be a legacy worthy of the man, because the man himself was impressive. And Kaido, being someone obsessed with this idea of leaving this mark on the world, wanted Momonosuke to maybe even emulate Odin, not really understanding the nuances of legacy. How Momonosuke could be his own person, be very different from Odin, but yet still carry on his soul and spirit and torch. Anyways, there's word of the idea that there might be some sort of raid or invasion, and Orochi, the coward that he is naturally very scared about this, but he is assured that it'll all be fine. There's lots of juggling around of perspectives as we see a lot of the scabbards and their positions and their plan and how that's progressing. Some of the Straw Hats we catch up with. Prometheus meets up with Nami and Chopper, I believe. Or Carrot and Shinobu are there. It might not be Chopper. And then, with all the chaos that Luffy has caused, he ultimately finds himself face to face with Alti. Meanwhile, the Big Mom Pirates, led by Perospero, have finally scaled the waterfall and made their way onto Onigashima. Marco's gone elsewhere. Marco and the others have gone elsewhere because obviously there's a raid going on. They can't just stick around. Big Mom summons a bunch of homies and takes on Carrot, Nami, and Shinobu. Orochi wants Momonosuke, this child, crucified, terrified at the ghost of Odin. Just everything about this character feeds into who he is in such a brilliant way. He is despicable. Zoro, Kid, and Killer continue fighting their way through, but yeah, Luffy's met up with Alti and Page One, both siblings. Luffy introduces himself as the man who will be king of the pirates, and then Alti gets ready to take him on, headbutting him. Maybe the two hardest heads in the area, in the region. And then both Page One and Alti transform into their Pachycephalosaurus model for Alti, and the Spinosaurus model for Page One. And knowing that Luffy is someone who will oppose Kaido, who's dangerous, they get ready to take him on. However, just as Luffy is getting ready to, bracing himself for an onslaught of an attack, and things look pretty dire for him, he is saved by a Thunder Bagua, by this masked individual, Yamato. Yamato, Kaido's son. And he grabs Luffy and is just kind of running away with him. And Luffy's just like, I don't sense any hostility from you, but I'm in a hurry, like I've got a job to do. And Yamato just says, I've been waiting for you for a long time. My name is Yamato, and I'm Kaido's son. Waiting for him for a long time. And, the chaos erupts around them. It continues. Luffy is wondering what the hell Yamato wants to do with him. And he goes, I have a job to do. Like, I don't know where you're taking me, but I cannot go with you. And they start clashing a little bit. And Yamato says something which is very interesting, which is, this is only making me remember a battle from my past. And you can kind of put the pieces together there, knowing that Ace was here with Tama earlier. It makes sense. Orochi, the sniveling worm that he is, as a display, as a kind of political display and a symbol of the defeat of Oden, puts up this crucified Momonosuke and displays it to this crowd to see. As Robin and Jinbei have themselves disguised in the crowd, getting ready, sort of biding their time. Really cute. Obviously, Robin's really pained. Obviously, they're very pained to see Momo like this, but they have to blend in. Law continues his job. Neko and Izo make their way back to the rest of the main group, and Izo reunites with his sister Kiku. It's a beautiful, beautiful scene. Izo saying that she's turned into a great samurai. But then we go back to the banquet, where Kaido is addressing the crowd, and he says that he's going to describe his new Onigashima project. And here he goes into kind of the stuff I already talked about. But then we get a couple of pages with Yamato which are very telling and where you can get so much substance from. Yamato tells Luffy, one day I told my father that I want to be Kozuki Oden, and he clobbered me for it. That in itself is interesting. Kaido has this great admiration for Oden, and was disappointed with Momo not being a great son by his standards. But along with admiration, what have I been saying this whole time? There is envy. How must it sting for Kaido's son to not want to take after him, his legacy, which he wants more than like almost anything, but to take after the legacy of the person that he envies so much, Oden. There's this inferiority complex there. There's this bitterness of Yamato wanting to carry on Oden's will, but not Kaido's. But it's interesting here. I still don't know the answer to this. It makes me wonder, like, if Yamato is to be one of the torchbearers of Oden's will, what is Momo, like, how does that interact with Momo? Because obviously, there are multiple characters who carry forward Oden's will. The Scabbards, of course. But Yamato is this monolithic figure that is stating outright to be this generation's Oden. Quite literally. So I do think there's going to be some changes to the character arc here that make it so that Yamato becomes his own person, rather than just emulating Oden for the sake of it, because Momo will very much take the spiritual core of Oden and carry it forward into the next generation, but while being himself. So I imagine Yamato will be going through a similar thing, but I'm not sure. We'll see how it goes. It just made me wonder while I was reading it, like, what's the thematic conclusion and the character conclusion going to be with Momo and Yamato? But then Yamato goes on to say, 20 years ago I witnessed the execution of Oden, the hour of legend. You'll never see a greater samurai, very enthusiastically shaking Luffy. Orochi and my father killed him. I was mortified, but even more than that, I was inspired. I couldn't stop crying, the emotions were so powerful. After that I found Kozuki Oden's voyage journal in Kuri. It is my Bible. And my father and his crew don't know that this journal exists. His grand adventurous life and very important things are written in here. Now that the Akazaya samurai are dead, someone else has to carry on Oden's will. So maybe when the dust settles, Yamato will realize that he has dreams that are similar to Oden, but not his exact dreams. I don't know. I do think there will be a bit of a change in how Yamato's character goes from here, because it can't just be this, for such an important character to just emulate Oden and that's it. I think there's going to be more than that, but we'll see how it goes. Either way, that's why I chose to open this country to the world. I want to fight on your side. And then Luffy goes, wait, you said son, right? Well, Kozuki Oden was a man, wasn't he? So I chose to be a man too. How simple. How beautifully simple. Again, coalescing the idea of identity and how it has to do with trans representation in the series. Beautiful stuff. And then Yamato says, you remind me of Ace, the bombshell, which kind of would have been predicted before. But Yamato and Ace have such a beautiful relationship, and this is the precursor to describing it, explaining it. Meanwhile, conflicts and skirmishes erupt all over the place. Kanjuro is confronted by the Akazaya 9, displaying samurai heads, samurai warriors with their heads cut off. Very artful of you, says Izo. True. But he describes what he did to Momonosuke, which obviously is horrific and disturbing to the 9 scabbards, and we cut with him being confronted by Kiku. Kiku Nojo of the Fallen Snow, beautifully illustrated and presented. And cutting back to Yamato and Luffy, there's this beautiful line where Yamato says, "You're more Odin than me." How can I be Odin because I have these chains? Yamato is chained. And it's really beautiful that Yamato, that he conflates the definition of free with Odin. Odin and free, same thing. He cannot be Odin if he is not free. They come hand in hand. And that is such a great summation of the man. And essentially Odin proclaims that his dream is to go out to sea. He wanted to go with Ace, but he's been imprisoned since he was 8. And the shackles will explode once he tries to leave the island. And Luffy, seeing these chains, it's almost instinctual. He sees chains, and he immediately needs to free them, or liberate them, or take them off. And he says, "I'll whoop Kaido." Like, that's been part of the MO for a while, so I'll help you out. Yamato, upon saying that he's been beaten by Kaido, Kaido's beaten him multiple times, anytime he sort of defied him. And Luffy just keeps going, "I'll take you out of those chains." And then they're interrupted by Kaido's speech about new Onigashima. Kaido says that the Navy government, due to the disbandment of the warlords, it's a symbol or a signifier that they have a new force that's able to take them down. He says that his forces and Big Mom's forces will have joined together to try to grab the ancient weapons. At this, Big Mom joins the fray, introduces herself, and they both say that they're going to claim the One Piece. Again, kind of what I said earlier, this new Onigashima is this new world that maybe, he thinks, will cede to his own dreams, where he can capture the thing, this item, this ideal that he's been searching for his entire life symbolically. I feel like this is his last gasp for it, and he will use this conquest, this power, this material power, this immense influence and strength and authority to grab it by force, to brute force his way into it. And then he goes and says something to the followers of Orochi, saying that this land will become a lawless land. And Orochi's going, "Hold on, the flower capital is my land," to which Kaido immediately beheads Orochi. And there was so much, like, that was completely shocking. I was a little disappointed at first. I'm like, I don't know that Orochi's role was fulfilled. I think he might have been underutilized. That obviously fixed itself down the line, and it makes sense. But what I really like is that there's so much emotion and substance behind that swing of his weapon into beheading Orochi. For years, life has been taking things away from him, but Orochi has been a personification of that. Orochi took away the glory of a proper duel with Odin. He dishonored Odin. He is devious and antithetical to the way that Kaido tried to live. But because of Kaido's weak will, ultimately he had to join forces with him. The place he wanted to go was only accessible through the power that Orochi had. Interesting, kind of a reverse situation from what Orochi did climbing up the ladder himself. But at this point, I think Kaido might realize that, I am not living in service of the type of person I am, and this is my last chance to do so. And Orochi, he is a personification, he's an individual who is just representative of everything that I hate about this world. And so he takes him out. He's done with him. And so he gives his followers a chance to choose. He says, "I don't care about the Kurozumi clan, the Kozuki clan, Orochi, choose. You can join us. Join us as pirates or fight and die." And he says this will become a pirate empire. They'll conduct raids. This is the new flower capital. It'll be the new empire, the new force in the world, and it will be headed by his son, Yamato. That is Yamato's birthright, in a way, his duty. But Yamato doesn't want that. And Yamato, he rages, saying, "I don't want that at all, you stupid father." And Luffy is kind of running at the side, kind of playing straight man a little bit, which is a cool reverse. Luffy usually never does that. Asking, Which way are we going? They're gonna kill Momo, so I need to save him. Where are we going? And so I think this introduces something that's really cool about Yamato, which is that he very much has the essence of the Straw Hats. He has a dream, and it just so happens that it is synonymous with freedom and setting sail, just adventure in general. He is very much Luffy at heart, like he's a kindred spirit with Luffy. He has this dream that seems improbable like the rest of the Straw Hats. Every single one of them has that sort of dream. We've talked about this every time a new one joins, right? Yamato's is just simply being free and exploring the sea. And, you know, that doesn't seem like an impossible dream or an improbable dream. But it was very much so given his circumstances. Imprisoned, trapped on this island. It didn't really seem possible, but it was a dream he held to his heart up till now. Very interesting. And I find it kind of notable that Kaido respects his identity, his identity as a man. In contrast to something like the Zoldycks in Hunter x Hunter with Aluka. He respects that, but beats him. In a lot of ways, Kaido is a fraud. A beautifully written fraud. I love that about him. He has this modicum of respect, but he ends up betraying his ideals. When his yearning, when the things he desires are taken away from him, instead of looking at it as something that is a challenge to rise to, or something that's worthwhile detours, worthwhile hurdles that will strengthen him, he despairs, and he gives into impulses of darkness that end up betraying the ideals he stands for in the first place. This is another case of that. Can't kill Odin honorably, completely destroy the homeland of Odin. Can't get Yamato to be like him, he beats him. It all just feeds into itself so beautifully. It's so well done. And that will continue throughout the arc. So in this big spread, we have Denjiro and Kinemon kind of spearheading the rest of the scabbards. Last we saw, they had come into contact with Kanjuro. He's now on the ground looking completely beaten. And I was wondering here, like, it obviously doesn't make sense for this to happen, but I was wondering, is this going to be the last we see of Kanjuro? I didn't know at this moment, and I think the more you think about it, the more you go, no, there's got to be more of him in the story, considering his build-up and the role his character has, but in the moment I was kind of like, is he gone? But no, I quickly went back on that. Meanwhile, Luffy gets rid of Yamato's handcuffs using the, I don't know exactly what it's called, but the power that we learned, or we saw Rayleigh use all the way back when, which is really cool to show Luffy's growth and sort of ties back to Rayleigh and the application of Haki in all sorts of different ways. I like that Luffy was able to use it here, showing his maturity and experience, and the way that he's able to sort of usher forth a new generation of people that are not only inspired by him, but who will end up carrying forth this torch of empathy and empowerment. So Kaido gives his ultimatum to Orochi's former crew and people and men, and a lot of them end up pledging their lives. And a lot of them end up pledging their lives to him, understandably. It's not like that comes as much of a surprise. But then he does something really interesting, which, in concordance with everything I talked about before, he takes Momo out over a ledge again, and essentially says that you are not worthy to be the son of Kozuki Odin. You cannot say you're the son of Kozuki Odin if you are this unimpressive. And Kaido says, you know, if you say that you're not the son of Kozuki Odin, then this execution is for the son of Kozuki Odin. I will call this execution off. All you have to do is renounce your name, essentially. And in one of the standout moments of the arc so far, Momo thinks about his mother, who sacrificed so much for his stead, for him to survive. And, you know, obviously it's to carry forward the hope of Wano, and for him to carry forward his duty to an extent. That was part of it. To reclaim this land that they lost. But more importantly, she just wanted him to live. And coming with that would be to carry the nation on his shoulders, but she really just wanted him to be okay and to live. He thinks of Luffy, and how Luffy's inspired him, and how Luffy just consistently perseveres towards his goal of becoming king of the pirates. And he thinks back to Odin and his father, and his birthright, and what he represents to so many people, and what his duty is. And more importantly, that he wants that duty. He embraces that duty. And so he says, bloodied and battered, to this man who is 100 times bigger and stronger than he is, that he is Kozuki Momonosuke, the man who will become the shogun of Wano, in this way of inherited will from both Odin and his mother, and those who have fallen in service of him, and inheriting the spirit of Luffy through example. It is a beautiful character moment for Momo, a great demonstrator of the beauty of his characterization and his role, and Wano in general, and of his relationship with Luffy. And he does this anticipating death. He would rather die as the son of Kozuki Odin, believing that he will become the shogun one day, despite being faced with death. He was fully willing to die for this proclamation, rather than hide and renounce his name. It reminds me a lot of Belmare from Arlong Park, who could have survived if she said that, if she didn't acknowledge Nami and Nojiko as her daughters, but did, and died as a result, died as their mother. It's very similar to this, in my opinion. And Luffy and Yamato are making their way towards there, but before they can get there, to save Momonosuke, the 9 scabbards, the Akazayan 9, storm in and say Sunachi, and they are here to protect their king, their shogun. Kaido proclaims that their swords can do nothing to him, but he gets a flashback of Odin through these 9 people, plus more, plus Momonosuke, plus Yamato, but specifically right here, these 9 people who embody him more loyally than anyone else. Or I guess there's 8 people. And Kaido tells them, your swords can do nothing to me, but as these people, these Akazayan 9, less than 9, but attack him with their cry of Sunachi, he gets this flashback to Odin, who says never come back to Wano. He sees Odin in them, but these people who embody him so strongly, who have carried it forward his torch and inherited his will, he sees Odin in them, and I think there is something so beautiful about that. Despite them not being nearly as strong as Odin individually, together and inheriting his will, Kaido sees Odin in them, and that is not an easy thing to do. He would not have seen Odin there if it wasn't genuine. And we get a quick flash to Kaido showing this respect for Odin from the flashback, where Odin says, it doesn't matter if my name passes on, as long as my soul continues to exist in this world. People can forget about me, but my soul will live on. Well, no one will forget about Odin, and nonetheless, his soul lives on through those he trusts. And the Akazayan 9 tackle him, it's a raid, it's fully started, and chaos ensues. Everyone is duking it out, there is chaos everywhere. Big Mom confronts Luffy as well in the midst of all this. Alti and others confront Yamato, who says that he doesn't care about his father, that he's not on their side, and to let him die. And Kaido kind of sums up the beauty of this uprising by saying that Orochi's ghosts have come to pass, from Punk Hazard, from Dressrosa, from Zoe. All of this build-up post-time skip, almost entirely, almost every single arc except for Fishman Island, has been leading up to this point. And Fishman Island, leads into this very well thematically. But in terms of plot, from Punk Hazard on, everything has been leading to this. And Luffy has been the sort of stimulant to bring them forth. And he talks about their perseverance for 2 decades. He talks about their army, the souls that are intermingled here, the dedication, and you can sense this respect here. This is an acknowledgement. Despite them being weak individually, Kaido is one who will acknowledge when there is power, when there is strength, and here he grins at their achievements. He doesn't say, well done at this moment, but you can sense there is respect there. And he says, but pirates will betray you. When they know you'll lose, they will abandon you and sail away. Which is interesting. Is that speaking from experience, or is that just what he's come to learn? Because pirates flock around his strength. It's sort of the opposite thing. Kaido talked about how he's beaten Luffy before, and Kinemon says that he speaks slander, that Sir Luffy is not like him. He will one day stand at the pinnacle of this sea. If every last one of us dies, he will remain. Mark my words, daybreak will come to Wano. That is the promise I made to my lord. It speaks for itself. It is some of the most beautiful stuff in the arc from Kinemon here. The beauty of Momonosuke, the beauty of Luffy, the beauty of their cause and how it's come to a head here. Luffy says to all comers that he has come here to destroy them all, including Big Mom, including everyone looking on. But then Kaido turned into dragon form after the confrontation with the rest of these scabbards, he sort of hears Luffy's challenge where he says that he's going to take on everyone, and he goes up onto the roof, just flies up, his beautiful, majestic form, cutting through everything, as he says, "I'll show you the greatest army in the world." And there's a rallying cry for everyone trying to take Wano back, and everyone trying to defend Onigashima from Kaido's side. The scabbards are on their way up as well with him, and Kinemon has a quick exchange with Luffy where Luffy says, "I'll catch up to you later, I'll see you later." It's a promise exchange here. And Kinemon says, "Okay, much appreciated," because he knows they'll need his help. They might be able to fend him off, but ultimately it'll come down to Luffy, as it always does. But then we get to this unbelievable spread, unbelievably majestic imagery here. In color, specifically. Black and white doesn't do this justice, even though it is beautiful in black and white, but specifically in color. We have the beautiful blue of Kaido's form, twisting and turning the long, slithering form of his dragon in the moonlight, snow drifting down, almost like cherry blossoms. And then the moon behind him, as he's thrown into sharp relief, all the colors working beautifully together to form this majestic imagery, as we see all the Akazaya 9 in the foreground, ready to take him on. And this is the perfect time for the minks to join in as well, as the moon is out, the snow is light and thin, like flower petals, which means that the Sulong form is at play. But I just want to talk about the sheer beauty of this. When I first read this, my jaw dropped in awe at how unbelievably beautiful it was. Visually, it's just a striking image that'll stick with me forever. This panel of the Akazaya 9 in the foreground, the twisting form of Kaido, hulking, overbearing, overwhelming in the panel, but yet the Akazaya 9 standing strong with their weapons in the foreground, the snow, the night sky, the moon being blocked out by Kaido. And then if you think of the thematics here, you have here Kaido blocking the moon. The moon is the symbol of Kozuki, and it's almost like Kaido is blocking the Akazaya 9 from getting to Oden, their goal being to liberate and open Wano and take it back, and symbolically that is them reaching out to Oden. But Kaido is blocking that. Kaido is the long night that separates the moon of Oden from them. Also, I think back to Pedro and the moon and what it means for the Sulong, the Ming tribe, but also what Pedro said. The moon is brightest right before the dawn. He represents the last gasps of night before the dawn. And so I feel Pedro here, he is a contributing factor to this cause. But also, the moon reflects the sun. So indirectly, Oden and Luffy are representative of something very similar. And so while Luffy means the sun, in every sense, the moon is also a symbol of hope, because the sun reflects off of it. It is a symbol of a more abstract hope, a more distant hope, but nonetheless palpable. Because even in the dead of night, if you look up at the moon, that is a reminder that the sun is on the horizon, that it is nonetheless, even if you can't see it, present. And that's what the moon means. It means Oden, it means Luffy, it means the hope that all those fighting for Wano are trying to reach. It is representative of all that Pedro talked about. It's all of that, and Kaido stands in between them and that hope. It is the symbol of the oncoming dawn, and that's what our heroes, the Kozuki clan, our protagonists, the Akazaya 9, are all trying to reach. And then it just gets better and better. The raid continues, the battles continue. This is some of Oda's best art ever. Like, not even a doubt in my mind. Meanwhile, Jack returns and has a bunch of beast pirates to help Kaido in this battle. They give him backup. Sulong forms are initiated, and things just keep heating up. The stakes get higher. The strength out on display just gets higher and higher. Meanwhile, King and Queen and all these forces are trying to ensure that Momonosuke stays detained and captured, but Sanji, out of nowhere, is able to free him. King and Sanji continue to sort of fight and skirmish. King transforms into his Pteranodon form, and there are just generally lots of great little moments for a bunch of the Straw Hat. Frankie has some stuff, Brooke has some stuff here. It's the momentum is shifting here, and you want lots of little moments for the Straw Hats to have a little bit of the spotlight during these points. You know, there will be moments where there is a lot more focused character work, a little bit later on, specifically after chapter 1000. We get lots of great stuff for Zoro, Sanji, Robin, but right here, there's a lot of little bits, which I think is really good for turning the momentum and flow of this into like there's this grand battle and everything seems really, really imposing, symbolized by Kaido, but we have a chance here. So it's great for the tone, it's great for the flow, without getting too bogged down by intense character work, because this isn't the time for it. So the Straw Hats are sort of gathering together. You can tell it's kind of leading to something. Yamato yells out to Momo that he will protect him. Frankie shows out even more. There's really cute interactions between Jinbei and Robin. I love them together. They're great. It's docking time, which Usopp and Chopper are really glad about with Frankie. And there's just tons of momentum as Zoro and Luffy try to make their way up to go to Kaido. They're blocked off by King and Queen, and their ambition is obviously to get up there, but it's not super easy, understandably. Hyogoro, we get a little scene with him where he talks about how he says, we're really up against it, but for some reason, thinking about that Straw Hat fellow and all his friends, I just can't imagine losing, he says as he grins, taking on the world. And then right on crew, everything coalesces. Luffy and Zoro going up, but then are stopped. The rest of the Straw Hats coming together and fighting everyone. Sanji makes it, Frankie with the docking, and Chopper, and Jinbei and Robin and everyone. They all come together in this spread where it says, it's the Straw Hat crew. Jinbei front and center as well. In one of my favorite spreads, in Wano. Just to see them together like this, it is now. Like, the time is now. This is where they're in the core of all the fighting. Luffy has ambitions to make it up to Kaido, and they are going to get him there. These people, our family here has been there and done that, and they're going to use everything in their power, all their experience and strength to help Wano and to liberate Wano, just because it's the right thing to do, but also because thematically, this is what they're fighting against is everything that antithesizes them, that they've been fighting against this entire time. And they are heroes. They are heroes to the people in Wano. Again, not in general, not in every sense of the word, not to a random person who was hurt by Luffy's actions and Impel Down, But to so many in the story, Luffy is a hero. The Straw Hats are heroes. And that continues to be the point here. As you seek from this perspective, they are taking on everything. They are taking on the world to help those whose cause they have made their own. And Luffy is on his way up to take on Kaido. Now, to fend off Jack and his forces, we have Inu and Neko working together after all their skirmishes and little arguments throughout Zoan leading up to this. But this is where we see what truly matters. We always knew this, obviously. But it's just beautiful to see the sort of trope where two who bicker and clearly have a bit of an adversarial rivalry, when your backs are against the wall and when there's a situation where it is what is most truly important comes to pass, they work together. And both in Sulong form, again outlined by the snow and the moon and the night sky, it is one of the most beautiful images throughout all of One Piece even. All this ensues, this insane fight at the peak, with Kaido overlooking it all, with the snow blowing, the wind blowing, the moon. And it is chaos, and there is violence, and there is blood, but it is oddly tranquil and majestic and mystical through this imagery. Neko and Inu are bestial. They are shrouded in shadow because the imagery of what they now look like in their Sulong form is, terrifying. But there's also a beauty to it. There's a beautiful dualism to the imagery here, of it being very over the top and violent and terrifying from a certain perspective, but from another, from a purely aesthetic standpoint, there is serenity, there is elegance and grace to these illustrations, and I love that. It adds this beautiful layer to Wano that just made me, as I was reading these chapters, just sort of sit there in awe. And I think that's indicative of Kaido as a whole, of Wano as a whole. There are fights throughout. There is a lot of there's a lot of stuff on the surface. There's storms. Just like Kaido. Kaido is a storm of a person. He is violent. He is physical. He is dark and has done such evil things. But there's also a part of him that just craves this serenity. There's this yearning that if he were to achieve what he wanted to achieve in life, he would be much more serene. I think this duality reflects Kaido, but regardless of whether you buy into that or not, it's just a beautiful aesthetic layer to give to this arc. Toby Roppo are mobilized, and their job is to prevent anyone from getting to Kaido. Luffy and the Straw Hats continue to fight upwards. Luffy's now gone into Gear 4. At the same time, Drake sort of comes to blows with the rest of his forces that he's been double-crossing, who realize that he's been a spy. He then talks to Luffy. He comes together with Luffy and asks if he can join him. Throughout this, he shows a great conviction, a great strength of will. It reminds me kind of Law. Well, part of the reason they realize this is because he freed Law, but also he is not going to give up any information, even if he's to die for it. He clearly means this, and that's very admirable. And, you know, I said I'm not a huge fan of Drake, like, not that I have anything against his character, but just that, you know, there's not a ton for me there, but this stuff was really good. I really enjoyed it. And, you know, with this request to join Luffy, obviously there are members of the Straw Hats, multiple of them, who do not want this to happen, but Luffy agrees. That's been something that's happened throughout all of One Piece, you know. He trusts in people and makes decisions that a lot of the Straw Hats sometimes disagree with, but captain's orders are captain's orders, and he follows his intuition. There's some great, cute stuff with Usopp and Nami taking on Ulti. Those two being together throughout all this offered some great comedy and respite that never broke the tone, and I really, really appreciated that. It was really awesome. As Usopp kind of hides behind Nami and mimes her and talks as her and enrages Ulti, but it was Nami. It's great. At the end of this chapter, at the end of 991, we then see the full Sulong form that I was talking about earlier, so I sort of jumped the gun on describing it, but everything I said applies here right at the end of the chapter, as we see them having beaten Jack and his forces. Jack really just exists to fail over and over again, doesn't he? Right after this, though, Kaido uses an attack called Blast Breath, which is this brilliant white light that is aimed towards Neko and Inu. That is aimed towards the rest of the Scabbards, rather. And Kinemon completely cuts through it. We saw this on Punk Hazard, something very similar to this on Punk Hazard, and deflects it and protects his comrades with his Flame Rend, after realizing that this is an application of his attack. Right here, he could use it here in a very useful way. And previous to this, Kaido had told them to run. But they say, run, don't make me laugh. We're tired of running, tired of hiding. Just let us die as Lord Odin's samurai. Once we've taken your head, that is. And it's really interesting here. There is this sort of self-sacrificial nature to what they're saying, but, you know, I don't think it's the idea of them throwing their lives away. I really don't think so. What they're saying here is they will take back Wano, they will carry out Lord Odin's will, and if they die in the process in service of that goal, so be it, and they will die proudly, but they're not going to throw away their life for no reason. It is all in service of something. Just like you and me may want to live a long and healthy and happy life, doing what we love and feeling peace of mind, their lives, they approach the same way. It's just, they have different means of fulfillment. That's it. It's just a cultural thing. It's just a contextual thing. But they're not throwing it away. And I think that's important. And notably, they say, let us die as Lord Odin's samurai. And on one level, they're saying, just let us die here. We want to die for the cause. Again, not throwing your life away, but if they must die for the cause, they will gladly do so if it is in service of Lord Odin. However, they're also just saying they want to die whenever they die in their life, whether it's now or in 50 years, as Lord Odin's samurai. And the way to properly achieve that is through his will, once again being the dominant one in Wano. This whole section is riveting. This entire battle between the 9 Scabbards and Kaido, it's crazy because a lot of these characters I only met in Wano. The characters I have the biggest, the most exposure to was Kinemon. And even he's relatively new, well, you know, hundreds of chapters, but in the scope of One Piece. But I care so much. There are very few stories in which completely new characters and new figures for an arc could have me this invested. But I am. And next, Big Mom is talking with Perospero and her men about how, yes, there is this alliance with Kaido. Marco overlooks it and goes, wow, so it is true. It's unfortunate, but it looks like we've got to sort of sever our ties, sever our alliance. Big Mom says that Whitebeard would be disappointed in Marco, or that Whitebeard's remnants have lost their way. And Marco says something that is so beautiful. So beautiful. He says that, you know, what do you mean by remnants? What is the implication there? As he asks, do you think that Pops' voice is still binding us to his will? Everyone who's left is free because of his will. One, yeah, maybe at a certain point in his life, you could assume that Whitebeard would think a certain way or ally a certain way in this situation. But every situation's dynamic, and Marco wholeheartedly believes, and I agree with him, that the sentiment of this, Whitebeard's sentiment in this battle would be with the Straw Hats, with Wano. Even if he would go against people he was previously aligned with, I don't think he'd have a second, I don't think he'd second guess the idea of going against them because they antithesize so much of what he represents. They are oppressing, they are caging, and so much of Whitebeard's life had to do with finding people who were forlorn and lost and who had lost their homes and giving them a home and freeing them. And Marco is acting, inheriting that will, inheriting those ideals, inheriting Whitebeard's torch and acting loyally to it while also doing it freely. Thinking freely. It's beautiful. The way that Marco helps carry forward Whitebeard's character into Wano, he is the true embodiment of Whitebeard's will. Not Big Mom, not Kaido, these people who were aligned with him for differing reasons, but who never understood him nearly as well as Marco, and Marco knows what he would stand for. And it's not this. And Big Mom says, that's right, dead men give no orders, do as you will. Through a bit of respect for his conviction, but also I just think misunderstanding that, like, I don't know. Let me know if you feel like Whitebeard would have wanted them to go against Big Mom and Kaido in this situation if he could give orders. I really don't think so. I really think that that would undercut the emotional resonance of his character, but hey, that's just my take. But I think Big Mom just fundamentally misunderstands Whitebeard here, and Marco gets him. And he's not acting in a way, or in this way, simply because he wants to carry out Whitebeard's will, but because his will aligns with Whitebeard. He isn't chained to what he believes Whitebeard would order. He's not doing it because of that. He's doing it because he wants to, and it just so happens to align with that. Meanwhile, Carrot sees Perospero and wants to avenge Pedro's death. And in this beautiful sequence, the 9 Scabbards fight with Kaido. They know that they're not going to be the be-all and end-all here, but if they can contribute and lead to his eventual downfall, they will have done a huge service and they would have done their job as they wait for Luffy. But what happens here in these wonderful spreads, Marineford-esque spreads, again, I've mentioned Haikyuu before in terms of how the spreads are used, these dynamic spreads that flow so well, very, reminiscent of Haikyuu to me. This beautiful action with his back and forth with the Scabbards and Kaido. And they are making a dent. They are hurting Kaido. And Kaido thinks, none of these attacks bear a resemblance to Odin's blade, so why can they cut me? As he's taking quite a bit of damage, like he isn't on death's door or anything, but he's clearly in dire straits to an extent. They're hurting him. And Kinemon thinks back as we get a quick flash to Odin saying, I want to teach you my style of fighting, to which Kinemon and Ashura said, no thanks, we have our own styles. And Odin was thinking, but Odin 2-sword style is the greatest there is. Why won't they learn it? He said this to Toki one day. And Toki says, because they would have fought. A great big fight over who would be your foremost disciple. They love you so much, they would have killed each other for ownership of this style, or inheriting this style. And in this wonderful moment, every single one of the members here embody Odin through using his 2-sword style. And all of them who are wielding this style, about to attack, think back to how Odin taught them this stuff. And Kaido calls them all cheap imitations, but he doesn't understand. He could never understand this connection for so many reasons, and how they carry forward this legacy. And they use this style, and they attack him and severely wound him on the scar that Odin carved out 20 years ago. Absolutely poetic, beautifully symbolic. Right on top of that, they just deepen the wound that Odin left, and they hurt him. Not through any individual will, but how they coalesce and embody the spirit of Odin through this connection and this cohesive ideal. Then in chapter 993, this is going to be a long-ass video, man. We have one of the most beautiful, poetic sequences in all of Wano, the most beautiful and poetic arc, so that is saying something. As the Fire Festival is being celebrated, and the narration is so beautiful as we see these scenes of celebration, while all of these people above are fighting to preserve that and enhance that throughout all of Wano and free everyone. It's the night of the Grand Fire Festival. Here in the Flower Capital, the lone place that flourishes in Wano, the smiles of the people cover up the fears and pressures that lurk behind them. They were able to survive because of the furtive belief that the country would be saved, as we see all these beautiful celebrations and this music and all the joyous revelry, and we see a float of Odin as well, by the Kozuki samurai one day, a legend that seemed plausible enough to support their faith. As people think, I wish this day would never end. If only Kaido and Orochi would be defeated. That's what they're working towards. And they sing and they dance and they enjoy themselves and they have faith. And then we cut to our heroes and everyone else who's trying to liberate this place. We're introduced here to a very disturbing power from Queen, this Ice Oni thing, which is an ice power that turns people into zombies. It is deeply disturbing, but it brings about some great stuff from Chopper, as, well, we'll get to it later, but it's awesome stuff. It's described as a plague, and that's a great way to put it. It's very dark, it's very disturbing. Meanwhile, the Straw Hats have kind of dispersed a little bit to handle their respective tasks, and Jinbei says that he'll support Luffy and Sanji as they make their way towards the roof towards Kaido. A lot of the Tobi Robo try to take back Momonosuke, and Yamato continues to defend him. And we cut again to Kaido and the Scabbards, and he says something beautifully in character and beautifully poetic to keep in tone with the rest of the arc. I saw the visage of Kozuki Odin. I could have let you kill me with each throb of my scar. I remember. But you people are not Odin. We will never see a monster samurai of his like again. Again, admiration, envy, respect, bitterness that they are trying to emulate him. For a moment they became Odin. He saw a glimpse of him. That isn't a coincidence. There is a respect there because of that, but they cannot consistently emulate that. And so that's why he calls them these cheap imitations. And he says, this cut is too shallow. You don't even have enough power to open up the old scar, as he takes the momentum back. And doesn't invalidate all the stuff I talked about earlier, but just says, you just don't measure up. You can reach him in moments, and that is very much worth doing, and you can hold me off. But ultimately, I will always prevail over you. But the thing is, their job is not to prevail over him. For right now, it is just to embody Odin's spirit and strength and hold him off until the promised one arrives. But after he proclaims this, he sends out this crazy devastating attack of invisible slashes that cuts off Kiku's left arm in this devastating blow. And in the immediate aftermath, her allies are very concerned about her, but Kinemon simply says, can you stand, Kikunojo? And she says, of course, in this supreme display of will and conviction. And Kaido respects it once again. He says, yes, that will and determination, that's what I want. He just yearns for this immense battle to the death. He can't really find it with these people, but every time they touch these heights that garner his respect, he feels fulfilled. And he's able to touch the heights of the experience that he that he seeks. And he talks about loving the way of the samurai, and he says that Roger and Whitebeard did things right. And what he means by that is through the way they lived properly, in service of an ideal that they consistently were able to reach, that he is not able to, but he admires them for it. He envies them for it. And what he concludes with is he says that death is what completes a person. Isn't that true? So let's end this now. And that line is huge for Kaido. It's a huge piece of the puzzle that is his character. As the Scabbards have taken Odin's style as their own, and all this stuff, they've displayed something worth respecting from Kaido, but it is not enough, and he sees that they're worthy of being thought of as impressive, of leaving an impressive legacy, and so he says death is what completes a person. And so I think he sees a future in which they become martyrs and are respected. And I think he thinks that they deserve that. But the idea of death completing a person is so key to his psychology. And so he sees Roger, who had this perfect death that gave him this legacy, that made him reach his ideal and complete him as a person and live on through people. People still to this day think of Roger and are empowered and love him. Same with Odin, exact same. A death completed him. It sealed the ribbon on the person he was and laid the groundwork for everyone to adore him and for him to live through people. It made a mark on the world that Kaido wants to. And so we see here a great explanation for why Kaido lives the way he does. We discussed this yearning he has to reach this ideal. Life seems to make it unlucky for him and he's never able to reach it, and so he gives up and despairs. Or rather, gives up in some ways, not in others. Because he has a core of hope that is very important. This muscle memory thing, which is key, but that's not relevant to what I'm talking about here. We'll talk about it in a little bit. So we think of his suicides, right? His attempts at death. He wants to reach this ideal. He's never able to reach it. That's been the case throughout life. With Odin, with these bouts, with his principles never being adhered to for one reason or another, and so he wanted to become this sort of person. He wanted to leave this legacy loyal to the type of person he is, but without being able to achieve that, he then decided that he wants to die a glorious death to seal his death and complete him as a person, and maybe then he'll be able to leave the mark on the world that he wants. So his suicides are his outward manifestation of yearning to reach for this ideal that he has not been able to reach up till this point, because the world sealed it off for him, or he wasn't able to reach it for one way or another, for one reason or another. With all that strength, he's never been able to reach it, and so he wants to cement his legacy and maybe make people think differently of him by going out in a blaze of glory that is loyal to the type of person he wants to be. And so he thinks, can no one kill me? Can I not go out in this blaze of glory in a fight with someone toe-to-toe? Equals shonen peak. Am I just that strong? Can no one defeat me? Do I have to kill myself to reach this ideal? And yet he still can't. He's doomed to never reach it. He wants to adhere to his core principles. He's never able to. He gives up on that and undercuts himself. He still tries to attempt to reach that ideal, and so he tries to kill himself to reach it, and that fails. He can never reach it. He's always loved combat and bouts because of this honor and principle in the combat and bouts, but he's never been able to carry that out and live in a satisfying way. So maybe he thinks this new Onigashima, this new world that he's trying to create, could be a conduit for honorable battle. Right now, he's seeing glimpses of it, and maybe this will be his way to die satisfyingly. Maybe he can impart it onto these people who are challenging him, and he's, getting more and more excited as he gains respect for them. They will not be able to defeat him, but I think that he thinks that maybe Luffy could give him what he seeks. This battle at the peak of their powers that he's been yearning for forever to complete him in battle and maybe through death. And here is where I think I really clocked the theme of yearning in Wano. His theme of morals and principles and this beautiful life eluding him, and this idea of being completed through death. This is a yearning he has, and this integrates with the yearning that others have for home. Kaido yearns for things and can't reach it, so he takes something from others and causes them to yearn as well. It's all about sentiment, it's all about taking it back, it's all about living in the way you desire, from one side of the antagonist line to the other. In both cases, there's a yearning that eludes people, whether it be the people of Wano, whether it be Kaido. And Kaido knows the pain of this, so it's interesting that he doesn't seem to have the empathy to see that he's causing that pain in others. Or maybe he does and just doesn't care, in which case it makes him even more heinous. And there's also the idea of Odin yearning to go out to sea, and the flaws associated with that, along with the positives. Yearning is everywhere in Wano. It's one of the primary themes to me. But because of Kaido undercutting himself, he's never been able to inspire people in the way that others were inspired by Odin and Roger. And so, if he were to die, it wouldn't complete him. At this point, he hasn't really lived in a way that would inspire people. He wouldn't die a great death. Now, there is a bit of a caveat to that in the case of a character called King, but that's for next video. But nonetheless, I could see that being a counter-argument. But the point is, for Kaido, he wants to be remembered en masse, widespread. He changed the life of King specifically, and there is a connection there that he doesn't really see or value like he should, or is blind to. And that connection could be a saving grace going forward, which I'll talk about in next video again. But the point is, Kaido is blind to it and hasn't lived in a way that gets what he wants, which is not being remembered by one person. That's not enough for him. He wants more. But maybe he'll be able to realize that by saving one person, that is more than enough. That is all that he could have asked for, considering how he lived his life outside of that. I don't know, I'm just musing here. But anyways, back to the point here. Kaido is he's forcing it. He's trying too hard. He's trying so hard to leave this grand legacy that will define him and touch the hearts of people and give him a legacy and make him go down in history in the way he wants. But the thing is, he's forcing it. The thing with Oden and Roger and Luffy earlier on in Logtown when he was about to be executed is they lived their ideal every step of the way. They didn't undercut themselves. They didn't despair and give up in ways. They weren't fraudulent in any way. Their ideals came and manifested through their life as easy as it was, as effortlessly as it seemed, as breathing was to them. And so when they died, it was the natural byproduct. They died as they lived. Kaido was trying to force dying in a way that he tried to live but wasn't able to live. But it doesn't happen naturally. Also, Hiruluk as a beautiful death in that way. Beautiful deaths happen for people who lived honestly and lived in the way they wanted. Beautiful deaths follow beautiful lives. There isn't a single beautiful death in the series, a death that is loyal to the person who died, that is inconsistent with the way they lived their life. Roger wasn't a fraud and then suddenly had a beautiful death that made people think differently of him. He lived that way his entire life. But Kaido isn't like that, and he's trying to force this. He doesn't understand that. And so is he destined to never reach that ideal? Is he destined to always yearn? He wants a legacy, but it constantly eludes him. And again, it brings up that line, the weak don't get to choose how they die. Kaido is weak. Not physically, but weak in spirit, because of how he approached the hurdles of life and the unfairness of life, as opposed to people like Luffy, or Roger, or Oden, or Hiruluk. Anyways, after this, Kinemon says, there is no glory in losing to you. Don't be so conceited. If they were to die here, they're not doing it because they think it'll complete them. They're doing it because it's in service of something greater. They would take no glory in dying to Kaido here. They would do it if they had to, but they would despise to lose. They would die if it would lead to a victory, but they would despise losing. And even if they died leading to a victory, they wouldn't think of their death as something glorious, of something that completes them. But the thing is, in a lot of ways, through Kaido's definition, it would. If Kinemon were to die here, it would complete him in the sense that it would be him dying the way he lived, in service of this sentiment and in service of Oden and Wano and Momonosuke and home. That is something Kaido is not able to do. Anyways, this theme is so beautiful. Sorry for the ramble, but wow, the complexity and the nuance here in the thematics and the character integration is just beyond words. And Kaido transforms back to human form. Meanwhile, Queen's plague starts spreading, and Chopper devises a sort of plan to get the antibodies from Queen and put it all together. This leads to some great stuff for Chopper. For the sake of others, he sacrifices himself, puts his life at risk in trying to develop this antibody. At all costs, the results of this are more important than anything else, thinking like a doctor. It's a great section for Chopper amidst, like I said, very disturbing content, I think, in terms of how this plague affects people. And Queen is sick. This plague will kill people in an hour without treatment, and Queen gives it to Apoo, and Apoo must just run for his life, as the Straw Hats and others make their way towards him and charge at him. And then we learn something more about Yamato, as he comes into contact with Momo and Shinobu. Yamato says that on the day that Oden died, he made his way over to Kuri to try to save him, but he could do nothing as Kaido dangled him over the ledge. Back then I didn't have the strength, says Yamato. And Momo says, who are you? And Yamato says, I used another name earlier, your father's name, but I am Yamato, and I would die for you. Beautiful character moment, and I think a bit of a precursor to the idea that Yamato is living in service of himself. Similar to how Marco is living in service to the way that he thinks Whitebeard would live, but it is his own will. Similar thing here. Yamato embodies a lot of the things that Oden embodies, but I think this is an important step in him becoming his own person and not just emulating. Meanwhile, Marco is fighting with the Big Mom pirates and is saved from Sulong form Carrot and Wanda. Beautiful little sequence, which I really adored. You know, Carrot isn't as prominent here as Whole Cake Island, but anything from her is wonderful in my book. Again, these beautiful, elegant, graceful Sulong forms. The stuff with the plague continues, kind of just went over that. I don't have a ton to say about it, aside from it being great for Chopper, kind of cool for Queen, and just a cool little plot element that I think enhances Chopper and elevates him a little bit in this arc, as he himself contracts the virus and works to solve it at the risk of his own life, like I talked about. Now, meanwhile, Alti, in her form, threatens Nami. Confronts Nami and says, like, she's upset, she's angered, she's furious because Luffy said that he would be the king of the pirates. And Nami just says in her sort of, I say this lovingly, sort of cowardly way, for lack of a better term, no, don't listen to Luffy, he's an idiot. I swear we'll leave the island. If you hit me one more time, I'm gonna die. And then Alti says, then say, my captain will never be king of the pirates. And then Nami says, okay, I'll say it, as we see Luffy making his way up. And Usopp thinks to himself, that's it, Nami, just lie to her. The wrong word will be the end of your life, after we made it all this way. And it's a very understandable perspective for Usopp to take. Live to fight another day. These words mean nothing, really, in the grand scheme of things, as long as you're able to live and continue contributing to Luffy's cause. Saying these things to Alti in this situation, if you're able to live and continue to be on the crew, really, Luffy wouldn't mind. It isn't betraying him. But Nami believes in a sentiment over reason here, which is beautiful considering where she's come from. And her and Usopp diverge in this way. I think they both have very understandable stances. I don't think Usopp is wrong for saying to lie, because there's a lot of logic there, and it isn't betraying the sentiment of the cause they fight for. He genuinely thinks Nami will die if she doesn't say this, and he doesn't want his sister to die. He doesn't want her to stop being able to contribute to Luffy and her and his dream. But for Nami, there's something more important. This ideal and this loyalty to Luffy, which Usopp has shown in different ways multiple times. But she says here, Luffy will never stop until he's king of the pirates. Tears in her eyes, accepting that this could lead to her death. And that's again similar to Momo earlier, similar to Belle Mare, and something she would never have done 500 chapters ago. I think Skypiea was so huge in changing Nami into a true dreamer, into a true someone with a core spirit of Luffy. Even if she can be cowardly at times when it comes to fights, even if she begs for her life, she's turned into a person who, at this moment, if threatened, will defy for the sake of ideals and loyalty, whereas Usopp might not necessarily, and that is totally loyal to his character. It's something he's been unerring in, and it isn't a flaw in the character writing or in Usopp's character that he hasn't changed from that. Some characters change, some don't. What's key is that they both have understandable perspectives. But then out of nowhere, Tama comes in to save the day with Komachio, her dog. So a lot of this chaos continues, and we get to a point where Yamato has a great line where he says, well, firstly, there's some stuff about how Kozuki Oden would never abandon anyone. And so that's why he's doing things the way he's doing them. But also, there's something said about Momo and how Momo is essential for this, and that he is the light, the one who must guide the world to the dawn. The way that Momo and Luffy are together, sort of synonymous with this dawn, it's been the case from Zou, basically, and it continues to be. And so, I really feel that the moment where Luffy and Momo will properly take up the mantle as the ones who will save Wano, will be series-defining. I really do, with all this build-up to it. I think I've said consistently throughout the streams that if these moments are not, like, at least highlights of the series, if not a couple of the best, the Luffy climax being the best moment in the series, I will be maybe a little disappointed, but that's not because of anything other than what Oda has built up himself. There's immense confidence here that this payoff will be worth it, and the way it's been built up is indicative of that. But we also then cut to Law, as he thinks back to what Corazon would tell him about those who have the D, where he reflects, Law reflects on a conversation he had with Robin about the name of the D. Robin says that Luffy doesn't really care about it, he just does what he does, but I find it fascinating. And so Law kind of states his intention to find the road poneglyphs, the red stones, beating the 4 emperors to get there, as Law kind of, for the first time since Dressrosa, gets a bit of internalization, like deep internalization as to what his path and arc is. And it's very important here, I think, because Law's been kind of tagging along since Dressrosa, but hasn't had a lot of exploration, which, you know, has been a little bit of a shame, for me. But here he says, "Hey Korra, I've made up my mind. I want to know the meaning of this checkered fate." So that kind of restates his intention to follow and understand. Now that he has his life, now that he's been freed, what is he going to do with it? He's going to understand what this means. Follow the road poneglyphs, which just so happens to integrate with the Straw Hats and Luffy's journey. The rest of the battle continues to go on. Kaido is fighting the 9 scabbards. Big Mom is making her way to the roof. Luffy and Ko, Sanji, Jinbei, they're all making their way up. The battles are fighting everywhere until Sanji hears a sort of arousing sound, which happens to be from Black Maria. Cries of, "Ooh, it's so naughty," to which Sanji thinks there's a woman in help, so he, it's like half arousing, half, she's calling for help. That's how it feels like it's presented to me, but then he, says that's the famous sexual harassment technique of the land of the samurai. I'm coming to save you. So I guess he's just trying to save her? I don't really know. But then he is essentially ensnared in Black Maria's trap. Marco continues to help the Straw Hats out through any means possible. Zoro defeats Apu, gets the antidote, and then Chopper starts administering it, and Marco's job is to help sort of heat them up to ensure that they don't freeze over and become these ice oni, while Chopper administers the antidote. The island then begins shaking. Yamato, Momo, Luffy, Jinbei, everyone feels it. And in a wondrous spread, one of the best spreads in Wano, it is stated that Kaido has sent Onigashima aloft. He's going to move the entire island to the Flower Capital to become this pirate stronghold, to become this new world that he wants to build. And then he says, "Let us begin the world of violence," his new idealized world, this ideal world that will not steal anything from him, this new world that will bring forth his dream. And I just want to say, Marco and Chopper stuff throughout this whole thing is really, really good. Again, Chopper, I think, has been one of the most consistently explored Straw Hats since the time skip. Every arc has provided him with moments to sort of in a prominent way as well. You know, he's not the star of any arc, but he's always had he always has consistent moments that remind you of his place in the Straw Hats, his role in the story, how the themes integrated with him sort of tie back to Hero Look and the idea of what it means to heal the world, and his sort of compassion and desire to help people, and it's just consistently restated in tons of different ways in every arc he's in. And you know, I have a lot of love for Chopper post time skip. I think he's done really well. While I have some minor issues with the way the Straw Hats have been tackled post time skip, in that I think 2 or 3 of them could have had more consistent stuff for other reasons, though everything's contextual, and I've gone on record as saying that Robin, she's had her arc and she can just vibe for the rest of the series, and that would be perfect. Just enjoy this wondrous adventure after all that she's been through. So, of course, in some cases, just being in the background is fine, but I do think that there are maybe 2 Straw Hats that up till this point should have had a bit more exploration, a bit more focus. I think Frankie would be one, maybe Brook to an extent, maybe Zoro to an extent, but until Wano, and Wano's changed that. And of course, what I said about Robin is completely rendered moot because she gets absolute peak, which we'll talk about soon. But I digress. Anyways, Chopper's been great. Marco then flies some of the Straw Hats further upwards. But of course, there is King and Queen, seemingly always there to block them. Black Maria has turned into this sort of spider monster, ensnared Sanji, wants to make him her pet, kind of just terrorizing him. Although he does, in a attempt at humor, say, you know, is this heaven? And there's this great moment where Who's Who confronts Jinbei, who calls him the former warlord of the sea, and he says, "I prefer my new title, my more prestigious title, Helmsman of the Straw Hat Crew." Beautiful. Page 1 and Ulti continue to chase Nami and Usopp, but then we go back to Yamato and Momo, and we see this giant statue, and Momo's sort of asking about it, and Yamato says this was placed at the entrance to the island, but it was destroyed by my friend, and they put it here. And then we see an outline of Ace as Yamato reminisces and says, my friend who came here long ago, years ago, to kill Kaido, to kill my father. So this retro sort of post-mortem continues to flesh out Ace more and more and more through showing us his exploits on Wano. His relationship with Yamato, his relationship with Tama, what he did here, what he learned here, what he was intending to, what his endeavors were. And the flashback starts in chapter 999. It's not a huge one, but it starts here to give us a bit more insight into this. So what happened here was Ace, 3 years ago, Ace came to Onigashima with his crew. He wanted to fight Kaido and defeat Kaido, but Kaido was away on a conquest or something. So he did the next best thing, which was to fight his son, Yamato. And through their bouts, Ace says some really hard-hitting, impactful stuff. Firstly, that you can't choose your father. Directly applicable to him. These two can relate to one another on a level deeper than almost anyone else in the setting, given their respective positions. So Ace is able to empathize, relate to, understand, and provide advice to Yamato as a result of his own situation. And he says, why do you let him chain your heart? Why is your heart trapped by him? Don't allow it to be. And Yamato says here, I wish I could leave too. I want to go sail out to sea and go on adventures. I want to live as free as Odin did. And kind of what we were talking about before, given Yamato's specific situation, this is very much the spirit of the Straw Hats. Going out to sail on sea isn't a very abstract, improbable dream. But given Yamato's situation, being trapped by Kaido, being tied to this duty apparently, being chained, going out to sea and going on these adventures is a very improbable dream. But it is possible, and Ace helps him to see that it is. Yamato sort of asks him, after they've done fighting, about pirates all over the place, you know, Bej and Kid and Law, and Ace says, I'm gonna be the best of all of them. And Ace says, but the toughest one of all of them won't be setting sail for a few years. My little brother. And I think this is a big part of what instills such faith in Luffy from Yamato. Now, through this story, Momo is sort of inspired by everything that Ace was and Ace did, and also learns through it that Kaido is Yamato's father, which he didn't know prior to this. Now, Marco sort of helps the rest of the Straw Hats go up, like I said earlier, and he reflects back to Ace's desire to sort of coalesce with Yamato's backstory thing, with Ace's desire to go to Wano and to fight and defeat Kaido and avenge Odin. Whitebeard says, no, we're not going to do that. The rest of the crew kind of agree, saying that the casualties would be so much, and saying that you really think that we can do this if Odin was defeated by Kaido. Blackbeard sort of says the same, laughing a little bit, sort of admiring Ace a little bit. And I think Ace's determination to do this nonetheless shows that he is very much cut from the same cloth as his brother, as both his brothers. And Izo and Marco both said, you know, if Pops ever gives us the go-ahead, give me a call and we'll join you. Things didn't really pan out that way, but they are here now, and they're playing essential roles. Now, Queen and King transform into their beast forms. Tama learns that Luffy was Ace's brother for the first time, which is great in connecting the stuff from all the way back from almost 100 chapters earlier, that the introduction to her and her relationship with Ace. Momo learns of Ace being Luffy's brother and Roger's son, while Yamato thinks back to Luffy's name having a D in it, and sort of looking at this idea with rose-colored eyes, or rose-tinted glasses. Now, Big Mom and Kaido are both waiting atop the roof. Big Mom has reached him, and she says, take out anyone you want except Nico Robin, because we need her information for the poneglyphs. Kaido sort of dreams his dream about this new capital of New Onigashima, whereas Big Mom kind of asks about his road poneglyph, and, there's a bit of a back and forth here, and Big Mom talks to him and says, I still think of you like a little brother. That is pretty key. I think part of the tragedy of Kaido is that he has tons of he does have connections, not tons, but he does have connections that are important and meaningful. There's one with King, which we'll talk about next video. There's one with Big Mom here. clearly, to an extent with Whitebeard. Maybe rocks, if we learn a bit more about that. But because of his specific psychological situation and his constant yearning, he doesn't see them, and that renders them moot, invalid. Then we learn, also, a bit of a bombshell, that Big Mom gave Kaido his fruit, his devil fruit, so that's pretty meaningful as well for the plot. And then we get to chapter 1000, one of the most iconic One Piece episodes, and chapters of course, but this is one that my community insisted that I watch first, rather than read. I read it afterwards, but watching it first was such an amazing suggestion, recommendation. It was one of the most well-adapted things I've ever seen, which was only cemented when I read it after. And I love the chapter, I think it's fantastic, but the anime really just goes the full 9 yards. The direction and the way it encapsulates so much of the series in a way that, you know, just goes above and beyond, and the beauty of Luffy. It is absolutely wonderful. This is episode 1015, which adapts this chapter. As Luffy's way to the roof is clear, Zoro gets up there, Kid, Killer, and Law, and they go and face off. But not yet, as we have this beautiful, beautiful explanation from Yamato about talking with Ace, about Luffy's dream. Yamato knows Luffy's dream. We don't. You know, and it's not just being king of the pirates, it's not grabbing the One Piece, it is that extra dream that we don't know the specifics of, that we can guess at. You know, I've seen some people who have some theories, I have some theories myself, nothing tangible or substantial, but, you know, it's out there, and it is very important for the future of the series, and it's one of the greatest hooks, I think. But nonetheless, obviously Ace knew it, he told it to Yamato, and Yamato, with tears in his eyes, says, I would never laugh at him for this dream. It is this beautiful, beautiful dream that sort of reflects Roger, that Roger said these exact same words. So again, another generational parallel that brings forth the romantic nature of those who are these special people in every era that bring about change, who yearn for freedom and achieve it. Not just yearning, achieve it. And Yamato gives Ace a Vive card and bids him farewell. And that was their last meeting. They said, let's meet up again one day. And, unfortunately, it wasn't to be. But as we have this beautiful commentary, we have Luffy and everyone else rushing up to the top of the roof, and it all coalesces with everyone, the 5 I mentioned, facing off in this wonderful spread against Big Mom and Kaido, 2 emperors against the worst generation. Beautiful in the manga, even more so in the anime, the way this is done. And overlaying it is this commentary that these people, these powerful pirates, this new generation, they will be the ones to strike down Kaido. But Luffy, upon facing Big Mom and Kaido, essentially the utmost goals here to defeat both of them, the most important thing to him in the moment is not beating them. It is protecting the dreams of those he cares about, as it has always been. As he walks straight past them, and something that reminded me a lot of Hunter x Hunter, the disrespect perceived by Big Mom and Kaido as he does this, but I think it just shows his honest nature and his earnestness as a person. As he goes past them to find the nearly dead, it seems, Kinemon, to fulfill this promise. And he says, I'm sorry it took so long, are you okay? And the Akazaya 9 lay defeated. And despite all they fought for, how proudly they fought, how well they acquitted themselves and represented Odin, they couldn't have done anything better, really. But that in itself is what brings shame to Kinemon, that they had this limit. And they were defeated. There's no way to sugarcoat it. They were defeated. And so Kinemon says, I have nothing to show Lord Odin but my shame. And in something that reminds me of Arlong Park with Nami, he says, will you put Wano on your back? And Luffy says, of course I will. It's my friend's country. And he takes that duty on himself. Wano is everyone else he cares about, but as a result, Wano is part of him. And Luffy tells Law to send them below. Law, his eyes shadowed over, not needing a second to even process the order, the command, which it really seems like it. The command just does it. And Luffy reflects on all the suffering that Kaido has wrought for Momo and Tama and all the stuff they learned in Zou and Kinemon and all the Akazaya 9, Yasu, all the sacrifices across so many years. And in a chapter a sequence that brought forth the beauty of Ace's character and the impact that he had on Wano, and sort of the torch he left there for Luffy to pick up. Luffy uses red rock, fire, to hit Kaido, and he puts on his hat, iconic, and he says, "I am Monkey D. Luffy, and I'm the man who will surpass you to become King of the Pirates." One of the best chapters, one of the best episodes, without a doubt, and just an encapsulation of the beauty of One Piece, as the fight properly ensues, as Roof Piece ensues. And it's interesting because a lot of this is just fantastic character moments interspersed with a lot of great fighting, pulsating moments throughout. And his punch damaged Kaido, and Kaido is in shock, thinking how high can his ceiling go? In the background, thinking of all these people he's met throughout his life, or that he respected throughout his life: Roger, Whitebeard, Odin, Rocks. Hell of a company to put Luffy in. And in witnessing this and feeling this and thinking about this, he is excited. Is this the fight that he has been looking for this entire time? Could this be his salvation? Could Luffy free him and grant to him the ideal he's been striving for forever? And he says, very good, but continues to challenge him and continues to fight him. And the fight ensues. Big Mom and Kaido versus these five. There's lots of fun little interactions of like, I'm not taking your orders, which Law says to Luffy. It's fun, but generally I don't have a lot to say about the minutiae of this. It's just fantastic, full-blooded shonen storytelling and presentation. Spreads everywhere. Law, Kid, Luffy, Zoro, Killer at the peak of their powers. And Big Mom goes on Zeus, and Kaido transforms into his dragon form. And he says, this is it. The winner of this gets that much closer to being King of the Pirates. May the best man win. He says it would be a shame to kill you, but that's what this is all about. And when I do, I'll take everything you have, and he will be fulfilled. He will have a new lease on life through this fight. I think this is all that he's thinking. And if he's defeated, it's that beautiful death he's been searching for. For Kaido here, it's a win-win. As long as nothing happens to take this fight from him. And that's clear. That's very important. And we'll get into that, I think, next video. Now, this is very back and forth. The stakes are obviously as high as they can get. Zoro's hurt. A lot of them are pegged back by Big Mom's lightning, which doesn't work on Luffy because he's rubber. And Luffy, just fueled by his adrenaline and pure determination and yearning for freedom and yearning and desire to protect his friends, just takes on everything and perseveres nonetheless. It's a fantastic fight, absolutely beautiful. But Luffy's Gear 4, which he had been using up till this point, runs out, and of course he needs a cooldown. Spreads everywhere as the rest of the Supernova continue the fight. These immense attacks from Kaido that they have to withstand. Them noticing Enma, which Zoro uses, in a way that damages Kaido. And we see throughout this immense, epic storm, lots of people kind of watch on or feel it as we see, the scenes cut. Great directing within the panels as we see Orochi's head just on the ground as the ground shakes. And then we get a voiceover from someone who says, "Good grief, first our business partner dies, then the party we were invited to turns into a battlefield." And what is going on here is that in a room, there are these two members from CP0 who are discussing how the world would shift out of balance in a negative way were two emperors to be defeated. They're sort of scoping out the battlefield and seeing the strategy and what's going on and how the tides of the battle are shifting. And they say, like I said, they need the two emperors to stay in power, but they are relishing the idea of both sides taking out each other as much as possible. And so what a great addition to add these CP0 agents at this point in the story with their hidden agendas and whatever they've got going on. Then we cut back to the battle as Luffy sort of comes to, and Kaido has started using his man-beast form, the sort of hybrid form, and he says, "This is fun." And Big Mom says the same thing. This is what he's been relishing, this is what he's been yearning for. His dream is right in front of him, happening as they speak. Now the other Straw Hats, and Tama, and Speed, and Nami, and Usopp, and Frankie, and all them, they turn the tide of their respective battles at this point. They sort of gain momentum, and it's generally good stuff. But then we cut to Sanji and Black Maria, who, for obvious reasons which we just discussed, wants Robin. They want Robin for her knowledge, of course, which is an encapsulation of how so much of the world has treated Robin throughout her life. Using her, looking at her as not a person, but a spring of knowledge to be used tactically, pragmatically, coldly. Black Maria very clearly insinuates that Robin will be tortured for this information and captured and kept alive until she's begging for death, and right at the end they'll kill her. Miserable existence, a torturous existence. And she says to Sanji, call out for her. Sanji has been captured due to his perceived weakness and vulnerability of not being able to hurt women, to fight women. And so Black Maria says, if you do this, I'll set you free. Sanji says, underestimate Nico Robin at your peril. And that is key. And at the same time, we see that a person who seems shrouded in shadow is tending to the wounds of the Akazaya Nine. This is someone who, because of the way it was illustrated, it looked like NL to me for a second. So I was a little taken back, but then realized, hold up, we're in Wano. No, but it was really funny. It ended up being Hiyori. But anyway, this leads to what is, in my opinion, material for Sanji that is as good as his Whole Cake Island stuff because of the way it progresses the foundations laid in it. In Whole Cake Island, he isolated himself because despite learning for so long, over years, the connection between the Straw Hats, and that they would fight to protect each other, and that no matter what, they would be there for each other. Despite that, he isolated himself. He found himself unable to lean on people, too scared to. But through Luffy's persistence, he teaches him that it is okay to depend on us for help. It is okay. We will do anything for each other. This is a family. And so Sanji, through Whole Cake Island, learned that. Overcoming his trauma, which is a huge thing, to move past his trauma and go, okay, maybe I can do this. But he hadn't done it yet, and this is the chapter where he does it. As Black Maria says, call out for Nico Robin. And this isn't even an implication, it's outright stated that Robin is being lured here. This is a trap that will lead to her being living a miserable existence, arguably worse than the life she lived up till this point, up till she was freed by the Straw Hats. And yet, in spite of that, Sanji does what Black Maria asks and screams for Robin, help me, Robin. Now, the reason he does this is not because he's acquiescing to Black Maria. It is because he has so much faith in Robin that she will not be able to be captured, that she is too strong for these people. Like he said, you underestimate her. And also, he just genuinely needs help. And he chooses this moment to lean on Robin. He has learned here, this is the payoff to all the buildup through Whole Cake Island. He has learned here that he can ask for help. He can lean on his family. And so he screams for her. He's scared for his life. And he says to her, please help me, or else they're gonna kill me. And throughout, his voice echoes throughout Onigashima. And Marco kind of smiles hearing that. But then, right on time, Robin comes and spanks, the Viz translation says, Black Maria with one of her giant hands. In one of these standout moments, it makes me emotional just looking at it on my other monitor. And she says, I spent a lot of time working in evil organizations, and when someone does something horrible to my friends, the demon part of me starts to emerge. Of course she takes up the call. She will be there for her friends no matter what. And what's additive to this is not only is it great stuff for Sanji and him learning to trust and the sort of payoff of everything that's come from Whole Cake Island, but Robin here is doing what Nami did, is doing what Chopper did. And that is embodying, using the label that is placed on you or a part of your life that you cannot change, and using it for positive means, using it to empower oneself. She says, the demon part of me starts to emerge. She was called a demon of Ohara. Those she loved were called demons of Ohara, and it led to mass death. She was the only one left. It's a source of trauma, and that will always be a part of her. She can't change that will always be a part of her. You cannot avoid this. But what you can do is use that experience, what it taught you, how it empowered you, and how you learn things from it, to then channel it into productive means. In this case, using that rage and anger and conviction and what she learned to defend and save her friend. And notably, Brooke does an amazing job in backing her up as well. And she knows how important it is for Sanji to have said this, to have cried out for her, how essential this was, how big a step this was for him, and how hard it was for him, how much trauma he had to overcome to do this, to get this far. Because she says, "Thanks for relying on me for help. I really appreciate that." She knows how big a step it was for him, and she appreciates that he did it for her, that he trusted her. It means that a wall has been broken down between them. And Sanji, has his hard eye stuff going on after that. It's played for laughs, but I think it's done in a really wholesome, empowering, beautiful, optimistic way. And the fight concludes with Brooke and Rob, or not concludes, the chapter concludes, the fight continues as Brooke and Robin take on Black Maria, who takes off her shirt, revealing this menacing-looking tattoo that seems to say woman trouble, and says, "Listen to me, Nico Robin. At the end of this, you're going to belong to Master Kaido." And Robin says, "No thanks. I'd rather be dead." And Brooke blushes at that. Lovely little touch there. But the woman who cried out that she wanted to live after swearing that she wanted to die, that she didn't want to be saved, says here, "I'd rather be dead than be a part of any other crew, be anything other than a Straw Hat." Just amazing character payoff. And I didn't expect any of this. Sanji just had Whole Cake Island. Robin, like I said, I would be fine if she just vibed the rest of the story. And she could be one of the best characters in the story for that, just given her arc and the context of where she is post-timeskip. But no, more is added to her. She has this immense payoff. It's beautiful. And think of how poetic that is. Robin went from having to rely on the Straw Hats to having them rely on her. The way it comes back on itself is just beyond words. The accepting of who you are and using your trauma to empower you. She does that very same thing for Sanji. She has been exactly where Sanji is here, having to call for help, having to ask the Straw Hats, having to lean on them and break down those walls. So she knows how important it is for him. This does so much for their dynamic in one chapter. It's insane. And this development couldn't have happened for Sanji without Whole Cake Island. And yet Whole Cake Island's material for Sanji is not quite complete without a payoff like this. So it's beautiful how Sanji and Wano and Sanji and Whole Cake Island balance each other out and complete one another. And after this, Sanji comes to a decision, which is, does he continue to the roof where everyone else is, or does he help those below? Momonosuke, particularly. And he ultimately ends up deciding he needs to stay below. Now, I know that this brought about some criticism from people for some reason. I don't really understand why. It was absolutely the right decision here. They needed tons of help down below, and those above, I mean, not that he would have known either way, but he had faith that they were holding their own, and they were. And that would end up being the case. So Sanji absolutely made the right decision here. Meanwhile, Perospero has defeated Carrot and Wanda, who had gone to avenge Pedro. And this is stuff which really sort of makes me perceive him as the threat he is. For some reason, in Whole Cake Island, he does very impressive things, but this is where I felt his presence and aura and sort of standing and superiority and menace a bit more than anywhere else through this little speech where he sort of taunts Pedro and Carrot and Wanda. Marco holds back King and Queen. Chopper continues to try to find the antidote and cure everyone who has the Ice Oni plague. Hyogoro transforms to his former size, him in his prime. And this is because the Ice Oni plague is about to overtake him. And he is thrilled, not really primarily about being able to take part in this battle at his prime right at the end of his life, but to be able to contribute consistently to the retaking of Wano, to Odin's dream. And he essentially says and thinks that he gained a fascinating apprentice, that he has no doubt that dawn will come to Wano. He says this privately to Odin as he does his final battle. And after holding off and doing all that he could, he implores for his men to kill him before the plague takes over, and he can die and face death as Hyogoro the Flower, with no regrets, leaving the rest to those he trusts, wholeheartedly, completely confident that they'll be able to take back Wano. Beautiful stuff. But right at the end, Chopper develops an antidote for this and is able to save Hyogoro's life. And because of the way, I love this contrast between Queen and Chopper. Queen had made it clear that all of his men were expendable, he didn't care about them, and then you see Chopper bending over backwards, putting himself at risk to try to protect and save all these people. So Queen's former men then turn on Chopper's side. Again, huge influence from Chopper, just through being the amazing doctor that he is, the amazing, beautiful soul that he is. These are gigantic swings in momentum, and it's primarily because of Chopper. And Marco and Chopper together take the fight to Queen. And there's this really sad, sort of tiny bit of dialogue from Momonosuke, as he says he feels disgusted with himself. I'm so stupid and frivolous. Everyone thinks too highly of me. I'm weak and foolish, and I hate myself. And he says he's not brave as he turns into his dragon form and sort of escapes from Yamato. I think this is a part of the beauty of his character. These descents and the ways he doubts himself and the ways that he doesn't believe he can do it at times. Those are so human. They're so human first and foremost, and they help you connect with the character and sympathize with him and make him more rich and fleshed out. But these descents, without these descents and these doubts, his ascents wouldn't be nearly as empowering and beautiful. But you gotta have these, and your heart goes out to him. And here, what's interesting is we get some details from a CP0 agent that essentially confirms that Momo's power was formulated, his devil fruit was formulated from Kaido's bloodline. And so from here, we can then sort of extrapolate and see dynamics between Momo and Kaido. I'll talk a bit about it in the next video, but to sort of just sum it up, Kaido and Momo have a great dynamic because Kaido is physically strong, Momo is physically weak, but Kaido is spiritually weak. And Momo gets spiritually stronger through the help and connections of his friends, Yamato, Luffy, the memory of his father, all those who sacrifice themselves for him. Momo gets spiritually stronger with every second that passes in Wano, no matter what he's experiencing. And Kaido has no connections, Momo is full of them. Momo is tempted to give up, but he doesn't give up on being true to the person he is. Kaido doesn't give up on his ultimate hope, but he undercuts himself when he comes up to these sorts of obstacles. And so here you have a beautiful foil, both of these dragon forms that reflect one another, the core being the same, but diverging in so many different ways. Momo, optimistic, hopeful, persevering thanks to connections from others, a great leader. Kaido, awful leader, does evil things, dark things, gives up, undercuts himself. And because of the way he lives his life, very few connections, and the ones he does have, he doesn't really view as such. But then the Akazai 9 wake up having been tended to, not knowing who did it, but then they're confronted with the visage of Odin. And this is so difficult, because we know this has got to be Kanjudo. But nonetheless, it is so tough to see this person you love and dedicated yourself to in the flesh, even knowing that it isn't him. It is difficult to separate yourself from that. And so what Kanjudo does here is heinous. And because of this, a lot of the scabbards want to believe him and kind of do. But Raizo and Ashura particularly realize that this can't be true. And this makes sense. Ashura being, from the start, the most hesitant. And so they realize eventually that this is a drawing from Kanjudo. And what essentially happens here is Ashura sacrifices himself in order to save the rest of his comrades, in order to maintain and protect the true memory of the true Odin. He gets impaled in testing and making sure that it wasn't him. And so Ashura sacrifices himself with the fake Odin, which explodes, leaving his comrades to carry on in his stead. 2 sacrifices in 2 chapters. As Kinemon is enraged, they all grieve. And, oh man, it really gets to me. Denjiro, as he says, "Thank you, Ashura." Not, "Don't do this," but realizing in the moment that this is necessary, and thanking him. Kanjudo laughs and says, "Becoming Kozuki Odin and then dying is the greatest final act. My entire life a beautiful and poignant drama." This sick, twisted man, but so good as an antagonist for reasons I talked about earlier, but it's a beautiful send-off. It's a beautiful death for Ashura. It isn't throwing away his life. It was a very necessary sacrifice, and in so doing, he allows his comrades to live on, to see the truth, to understand what needs to be done to progress forwards. This isn't going to be clean. This isn't going to be bereft of death. There will need to be sacrifices for this. And he succeeds in not throwing away his life for nothing, but for doing it for something very necessary. And again, he had to be most convinced to join this mission. He was the most skeptical, so of course, he is the most skeptical here, in seeing Odin, the man he loves. And it's just a beautiful little arc for him within Wano. His faint ember of hope had almost gone out throughout those 20 years, but it hadn't gone out completely, and it was ignited again through the events of Wano, through Kinemon, through everyone. And he was glad to have this second lease on life. Thankful. So he had no qualms about losing that life here, because it was granted to him by those he loved. And also, a couple parallels with Kaido here. This ember of hope that was reignited and carried forward to the end. Kaido has this tiny ember of hope that gets reignited but then put out, and reignited but put out. Will it stay that way throughout the entire arc? We'll see how the rest of Wano goes, but nonetheless, the parallel's there between him and Ashura, but here, death completes a person. Ashura was completed by dying as he lived, caring for and protecting those he loved. Then we see that Orochi is actually alive, he's doing fine, he's embodying the Hydra, dragon, snake, whatever it's called, and I was really glad about that. I did mention that him dying felt a little anticlimactic, that he still had more to give, so I was delighted that not only is he still a part of the story, but him being this multi-headed thing symbolically and literally just makes a lot of sense. It's his role in the story, and he is this unrelenting abomination that keeps coming back like a cockroach, but will never ever embody anything worth being admired. He will never devour Odin, but he is stubborn. The fight continues on the roof, and Kaido says something great to Luffy, which is, "The light never leaves your eyes, does it?" And that is something he sort of sensed all the way back when he knocked out Luffy at the beginning of Wano, saying that he's glaring at him. I think it's a sort of callback. He saw that light in his knocked out eyes then. The Scabbards fight back against Orochi, who had confronted them. And Orochi looks at them with an immense amount of fear. These seemingly ghosts. Kaido and Big Mom continue to fight. Zoro sort of fends them off and protects the other supernovas in these immense spreads. This is just the way that he's able to defend against this is beyond words to me. And then this leaves an opening for Luffy to attack. Notably, Kaido dodges him. He avoids his attack, and Luffy, instead of being, upset that his attack missed, in a very Gone Freaks thing, in my opinion, he goes, "Oh, you dodged, huh? Because you knew I was going to hurt you, right?" Seeing the true meaning of what it means that Kaido dodged him there. However, Kaido fights back, and it's this huge back and forth. The momentum keeps shifting, with Kaido seeming to slowly maybe be overpowering a little bit. Meanwhile, Law and Kid, and Killer might have been a part of this, I'm not exactly sure. Nonetheless, are able to knock Big Mom off, and with her homies out of commission, she ends up just falling straight into the sea, which they hope will mean that she's left the fight. It didn't mean that, but it was nice while it lasted. Now, Prometheus then goes to save Big Mom, which Kaido stops Zoro from preventing, and Kid and Killer at this point go to take on Big Mom. But what's really cool about this is that Kid looks up and sees all these storm clouds and says, what's going on with these clouds? That is a sort of indicator of things to come. We then go back to Kaido, who looks at Luffy, who is beaten down because, like I said, he had overpowered him, and Luffy's, again, unconscious, it seems like. He says he did that before too. Even while unconscious, he still stares me down. And then Law and Zoro, in response to this, have to do their best to defend Luffy. And Zoro says, "Kaido, that is my captain. If you want to crush anyone's skull, you're gonna have to start with me." And he does this Demon Aura 9-sword style Asuda blades drawn dead man's game in this immense spread. These 9 blades swinging every which way. We see the hulking shadow of Kaido that he just cut through. And Kaido Zoro feels the pain from this and goes, you can use Color of the Supreme Haki too? You can use Conqueror's Haki? And Zoro doesn't know what he's talking about. Zoro here uses Conqueror's Haki unintentionally, just through the impulse of trying to protect Luffy. And that reminds me all the way back of in Alabasta, I believe it was, when he fights Mr. One and unintentionally uses Haki in the first place. This awareness, this smell of all things that he sort of senses within himself and uses to cut stronger. All the way back in Alabasta, very similar here. Zoro just has this intuitive knack for tapping into and continuously upgrading him in terms of Haki. Upgrading himself, rather. And it is supremely impressive. After this, Kaido fights back against Law and Zoro, and he laments that he didn't travel or have these people join his crew. Again, lamenting, yearning what could have been. But then Luffy gets up, and he says, we'd never go with you. We oppose everything you represent. We love the samurai. And Luffy thinks back to the things he learned with Hyogoro, and realizes that he can imbue Haki into his fist. And in so doing, he's able to do this sort of intuitively, despite only having heard of it before and never having done it, and deflects Kaido's blows. Great paneling, great flow of all of this, and I do want to bring attention to the sound design of this in the anime. The way the sound effect for two sort of Haki clashing is just exactly what I imagined it would have been, and it's so powerful. And just to see, again, sort of ideals battling against each other. This isn't just physical strength. This is the strength of will. It is a battle of wills, and that is something that Luffy can beat Kaido in for all of the reasons we know about his spirit, about his soul, about the way he's undercut himself. His will is not as strong as Luffy's. So, this new part of the battle begins, and we have ideals and themes, idealism, conviction, perseverance, connection, versus the opposite of that. Meanwhile, Big Mom fights back against Kid and Killer, Law and Zoro retreat, and it's just Luffy versus Kaido. Onigashima lighting up as these battles ensue. It is just wonderful. Kid and Killer are sent back to a different part of Onigashima. I don't know exactly where it was, but Kid, and they start going back to confront Big Mom again, but then they both see Hawkins, and Killer says, I'll take this one myself. Hawkins versus Killer, as Kid continues up. And Tama and Nami and Usopp are trying to escape from page 1. And then they run into Big Mom, who knows Tama. She's retained her memories, and again we see that beautiful little core of Lin Lin and who she was, showing itself, I guess. And in realizing what page 1 is doing to Tama, she fights back against page 1, saying, don't you know that even in the cruel worlds of pirates, there's still a code of honor? A ferocious blow. Big Mom is all over the place in this arc, just laying haymakers on everyone, just destruction everywhere. Now, the Scabbards continue along their own respective paths, and there are a lot of death flags here. There's Izo and Kawamatsu talking about what they're going to do after this, and then going, we'll see what happens after we survive this, and then we'll see what we do. Lots of death flags. In addition to Ashura, I don't know if more will die, but there are definitely death flags here. Now, Neko learns from Shishilian that Pedro sacrificed himself, and decides, upon learning this, after his obviously immense connection with Pedro, that he wants to enact this vengeance. The vengeance that Carrot and Wanda were not able to enact. Kawamatsu and Izo continue along their way, and they see that Sanji is carrying Zoro, who is so beat up that he has to carry him inside this mummified thing. It is hilarious. Law is there as well, just kind of sitting on it while Sanji runs away. The anime episode for this had a great little 2-minute scene or something showing when Sanji and Zoro behind the scenes, and what Sanji was thinking about, and all that. It was really good additional anime stuff. Big Mom continues her crusade against those who have wronged Okobore Town, which just continues that Lin Lin stuff. And Alti is enraged because Big Mom knocked out her brother. A bunch of stuff ensues, and it ends up with Alti hitting Tama, slapping her. To me, the most unlikable thing she's done so far, absolutely. No question about it. By a long margin, this is horrible. I do like Alti all in all, but this was incredibly unlikable from her. And Nami then, for the sake of protecting Tama's dream and defending her, she shocks Alti with her Climatact, saying, "Who said you could hit Tama?" Just enraged, saying that she's going to crush her. And that is the Straw Hat way, isn't it? Fighting your fear, no matter what, to do what you believe is right. Nami and Ulti go back and forth for a bit before Big Mom, using her homies, defeats Ulti. And there's this whole bizarre back and forth of Zeus feeling unwanted, and this new cloud, Hera being the woman cloud in town. Listen, I don't really know what's going on there, but it was hilarious, especially so in the anime. Big Mom then turns her attention to Nami and Tama and Usopp, but then Kid arrives and says that this is his fight. You know, he left Killer with Hawkins for bigger fish. But then we get to one of the most interesting and wonderful spreads in the entire arc, as we cut back to Kaido and Luffy's fight, and he says the outcome was obvious. You gained a powerful weapon and let it go to your head, boy. Human beings don't give up hope. No, they can't give up hope. That's the problem. It's been a long time since I got worked up like this. I failed. I should have simply cut your head off and announced my victory to everyone, because now they'll keep believing that you're going to win, won't they? This had me going wild, talking about the implications that this had for Kaido's character. There is so much here in the little details. I could talk about it forever, and I did. Now, Kaido says here, lamenting that he defeated Luffy easier than he thought he could, that Luffy didn't put up more of a fight, the loneliness of that. Now, it's at this point where I want to draw your attention to the idea of the anime episode, 1033, I believe it was, where he dreams himself, deludes himself that he's going toe-to-toe with Luffy, this glorious, beautiful fight that he's wanted his entire life, and it's going exactly as he plans, and it's no one knows who's going to win. It's a fight to the death, to the end, toe-to-toe. That is his delusion. That is his dream that he made up. But in reality, he beats Luffy pretty easily, I think the implication is here. Luffy put up a fight, and he got really excited, but ultimately it wasn't the challenge he sought. That episode, by the way, unbelievable stuff for what it adds to Kaido's character. One of my favorite episodes of One Piece, just full stop. But he says here, human beings don't give up. No, they can't. That's the problem. He sees hope as a problem. He sees it as something that has caused suffering for him, and that is because every time he's hoped, he's been burned. That is the sort of more nihilistic, dark look at the Detour's journey theme. Because every time you reach a hurdle, it pains him. Luffy reaches hurdles and detours that sidetrack him from his main goal, and he embraces it all through the help of his friends and connections. Kaido looks at being diverted from his main goal, and he despairs. He looks at setbacks, and he undercuts himself. He does things that are not core to who he is at heart. And so in that way, he is a complete antithesis of the Detour's journey theme of One Piece. He needs to reach that horizon. But for Luffy and friends, it is an endless horizon. Along the way, they meet so many friends and have so many adventures and journeys that they take so much pleasure in, enjoyment in, because he knows that hope too well. He knows what it leads to. He knows that hope is the problem because he hopes consistently, and all it does is bring him pain because he cannot conceptualize. He isn't spiritually strong enough to have a backbone and conviction to stick to himself, to stay true to himself, even in the face of difficulty. He hopes consistently for a beautiful death, for beautiful fights, for beautiful opponents, honor. He yearns for all this, for principles and morals to be carried out honestly. He hopes, and it's all taken away from him. Kaido and Luffy are very similar here. They have similar journeys, similar goals. They want to turn the world upside down. They hope. They strive for that horizon. But that horizon is, in many ways, seemingly endless. And Luffy looks at that and embraces it. Kaido looks at it and laments it. The way he thinks is totally opposite to Luffy, and that is the key here. That is the difference. That is why he gives up while Luffy perseveres. That's why people love Luffy while people despise and fear Kaido. Now, of course, that isn't the whole story. Not everyone feels that way about Kaido, but he has tunnel vision and can't see that. And we'll get into the exceptions in the next video. And then he thinks, I should have just killed Straw Hat. I should have killed him. Because now they'll keep believing that you're going to win, won't they? And there I hear or see envy. And that is the crux here, isn't it? Because Luffy embraces all the possibility and the journeys and everything, because this is what sweeps people up in his storm. This is what Kaido does not have, at least at this point. But because of that, because of the ways they have the same goals or similar goals and similar core embers of hope and perseverance and yearning for freedom and revolution, but because of the way they go about it and the way they take on life as a journey and the way they look at difficulties in life and react to it, people will always hope for Luffy until the day he dies and after it. People will always hope for him. He is this larger-than-life figure of hope, a symbol of hope. It's almost gone to mythic status with the way that the sun and everything has been imbued into the myth of Wano and how it connects with Luffy. People will always hope for him, always, because that is how he lived, and that's how he will continue to live. But Kaido is dark. Kaido despairs and oppresses and hates and is cruel when he realizes that he must maybe step back and experiences the same sort of hurdles that Luffy experienced. But when subjected to the disappointments of life, Luffy, through the help of friends that he gathered because of who he simply is, bounced back. Kaido didn't. Kaido brought the night, and Luffy brings the day. And that's why Luffy will always win. Physically, maybe, but psychologically and in thematic terms and in terms of what these people really want, what Kaido really wants and desires, which is to be loved and to have connections and to achieve his dreams and to achieve freedom, Luffy will always get that. He will always win. It is inevitability. That is why he is a heaven-sent boy. That is why he has this cosmic fatalism that urges him towards his goal. That's why this story is told as if it's a legend of someone who's already won. But Kaido isn't true to himself, and that's why he will always lose. He laments the loneliness of strength, how there are no challengers once you're at the top. He craves that connection, and he thought that Luffy might have brought it to him. That's why he deluded himself and had this dream. And he almost wishes that he didn't go all out so that the people wouldn't wish and hope for Luffy. And there was this cut in another episode where I think Yamato is fighting Kaido later on, episode 1048, where he is this faceless dark monster, an obstacle, stripped of humanity, very abstract. You can't really see his form. He's just this dark shape with glowing eyes and oni horns. He is this faceless obstacle, devoid of humanity. And that is what he represents in Wano to all those who fight him, because of what he's done. Maybe not all those by the end. Maybe Luffy sees that within him. Maybe one or two others. And that isn't him in totality, because this has been a beautiful character exploration of who he is. But that is what he is to the world, because of his own actions, because of how he's spiritually weak. He has become this monster to stop dreams, despite being an advocate of dreams all that time ago and continuously now. That's how far he's fallen. He has become that which he hates because of himself. And then we get to the next chapter, where I'll just read a little bit before ending, where Kaido says, as Luffy falls off, "You couldn't be Joy Boy either, it seems." So, that is a huge line. To an extent, Izzy searching out this generation's Joy Boy, but he says that Luffy cannot be it because he defeated him. So, Kaido is essentially the gatekeeper of Joy Boy. The implication here is that the person who defeats him will likely be Joy Boy. But why does Kaido seek them out? Why is he this gatekeeper? Because in so doing, he will find the person who can push him to the limit that he seeks, to that ideal, but he will also see the person he is trying to be all this time, and admire and envy. Because I think, in large part, he has resigned himself to not being able to become Joy Boy. I think there is jealousy and envy there. I think long ago, whether it be subconscious or otherwise, he yearned to be Joy Boy. But he couldn't be because of how spiritually weak he was. He could never be a symbol of hope that people loved and wished for. So I think he wants to see his ideal. He wants to see his horizon in the flesh. He wants to witness it. Admire and envy, because that's all his life has become. Maybe he's condemned himself to just watch from the sidelines like a stepping stone for the true Joy Boy. And he says, "You couldn't be Joy Boy either." So I think that either might be referring to himself. Maybe past people he's defeated, but also himself. I really think he wished for it. I think he wished for it and then realized that he couldn't. But he condemns himself to not be it, and what condemns him is his mindset, nothing else. That's the big difference between him and Luffy. His mindset, his conviction and backbone. It feels like he's going through the motions. He constantly hopes, he constantly fights, he wants his principles to be adhered to, all this stuff, he yearns. But it feels like he's doing it because there's just this tiny ember inside him that spurns him to, but not because he truly believes that he can. There is hope, but there isn't belief. I don't know if that makes sense, but hopefully you get what I mean. Yet that hope can be ignited, and maybe will be, we'll talk about that next video, King. But yeah, he's kind of like Blackbeard in that I feel like he needs the destination. He needs things to be very clear-cut and very front-loaded. And he feels like a bystander otherwise, this gatekeeper, gatekeeping the ideal he wanted to reach. Imagine how sad an existence that is. But anyways, here's where we'll leave off, just a tiny bit into chapter 1014. I couldn't end without talking about that stuff and how it connected to the end of chapter 1013. So Wano part 2 video, this is Act 3, it has done everything I wanted it to do. We are not towards the end yet, we still have quite a bit to go, I imagine, and a climax, and I think the defining moment of maybe all of One Piece coming up. A moment for Luffy, more Kaido stuff, Momo, Yamato, the rest of the Straw Hats having their moments. There's lots to do, but this core, the stuff that we've talked about here, has been maybe my favorite One Piece stuff yet. If not, it's only because it hasn't resulted in the ultimate payoff for Wano, but this has pretty much cemented the idea in me that Wano could end up being my favorite arc if it just continues doing what it's doing. If it continues being very good to great, it'll probably end up being my number one arc, as long as it doesn't drop the ball. If it drops the ball, it'll still be like a favorite arc, top 5, 6. And if it gets even better somehow, we're talking definite favorite arc in One Piece, and one of my favorite shonen arcs ever. It already is, but even higher. So yeah, thank you for sticking with me for this entire long video. I've talked so much here, but I think it's merited it. This is an arc I will never experience for the first time again, and it is special. I know a lot of people didn't like how it was paced out weekly, were disappointed, but I really implore you, if you feel that way, to give it a reread. Maybe check out some of the VODs that I've done. Because a lot of people have said that Wano has aged so much, so much better, experiencing it with me. And luckily I've had the ability to do a binge, right? So that helps. But it is just such a special arc. It does so much with a theme of identity and generations and nostalgia and sentiment and yearning. The character study of Kaido, it rivals the character study of Doflamingo for me. It absolutely does. And we'll see how it pays off. Very subtextual, but very substantial at the same time. And different because of it. There is no character that is built quite like Kaido, that is written like this. Katakuri a little bit. There are characters that are that are close to being as complex, I think. Garp is very morally complex. I think he rivals him there. Doflamingo, Katakuri. There's a lot of complexity in characters like Aokiji, and maybe a couple others. But to me, with everything altogether, Kaido is the most complex character in One Piece, and I just love characters that are written like this and presented like this. I think he's amazing. Of course, there are some complex characters throughout the series, so I don't think I think it's totally valid to think of a few others as the most complex, but I think he's at the very least one of them. Everything holistically. So yeah, thank you so much for this review, for joining me for this review. I hope you enjoyed. This has been a big one to put together. It's taken a long time, as you can tell probably by how long it's taken to come out, but I'm happy with it. I hope you enjoyed, and yeah, we'll see you guys in Wano Part 3. But before we do, we have the character ranking, which has changed a lot. So, the honorable mentions, there are some changes here. I gotta make a long list for this. I don't care. It's worth it. Big Mom, Sengoku, by the way, Big Mom is very close to being on the list. Sengoku, Shirahoshi, Aokiji, Cricket, Calgara, Hiralook, Sir Crocodile, Frankie, Smoker, Zeph, Brule, Going Mary, Big News Morgans, Denjido, Toki, Marco, who is close to being on the list too, Ashura, Alti, Kiku, Fisher Tiger, Chopper, Pedro, Sabo, Kuma, Orochi, Imu, and Yamato. Long list, but very much worth it. I think Yamato, I need just a bit more cookage for Yamato to go up, but I really do think he will be there eventually. Orochi's fantastic. He's very close to being on there too. And Imu, so little, but the most efficient character in One Piece, changed the entire way I view the series. Can't wait for more from Imu. And to be so close to the list, just having seen what we saw from them, unbelievable. But the list is as follows. Number 30 is Momo, who makes his way into the list. He just gets better and better, and I think he'll climb higher and higher. Number 29 is Carrot. Number 28 is the impressive Kanjudo. Number 27 is the impressive Kinemon. 26 is Wiper. 25 is Kairos. 24 is Brook. 23 is Fujitora. 22 Corazon. 21 Blackbeard. 20 Noland. 19 Buggy. 18 Jimbei, 17 Ace, 16 Garp, 15 Law, 14 Sanji, 13 Kaido. And I do have to say, Sanji is 14. There is some upward momentum. He dropped a little after Whole Cake Island. Not for any reason. He had some stuff that I didn't really like in Wano, but the positives far outweigh the negatives, so he's got upward momentum for sure. I'm loving what's going on with him in Wano. But Kaido is just a tiny bit better for me. Kaido number 13, and I think he'll go higher. Vivi 12, Odin 11. What a strong showing from Odin, straight into almost the top 10. Zoro 10, Nami 9, Robin 8, Shanks 7, Katakuri 6. And Roger has gone all the way into the top 5 for me, for all that he represents, for the he laughed moment, and just how his influence echoes throughout the series. His spirit is present in every panel. You know, he just gets better, his legend grows, and Wano did so much for him, and continues to do more. Number 4 is Usopp, number 3 is Whitebeard, number 2 is Doflamingo, and number 1 is Luffy, and in all honesty, I don't see a future where Luffy is anything other than number 1. He just gets better and better and better, and he has become a legend to me, the way that Wano has built him up, and I've read a bit more, and that continues to be the case. So that is my current ranking. You will see the updated one in the next video, part 3 and the finale of Wano. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Feel free to share all your thoughts about this monumental arc, positive, negative, your thoughts on my thoughts, your thoughts on any of the questions said throughout, because there are a lot of topics here. Please share your thoughts. I'd love to hear them. But with all that said, if you'd like to see me continue my way through One Piece, Wano might be done on the streams by the time we get here. We might have started Egghead, but it's not too late to join in the live experience. Follow me on Twitch if you want to see me read every single chapter live. You can join the Patreon if you want early access to the next video, which is Wano Part 3, the finale. And join the Discord if you want to discuss One Piece and other series, all the other series we're doing. We've now started Bleach. We're doing Yakuza, the Yakuza series. We did Naruto, and there's thriving discussion on Naruto there. Hunter x Hunter, all sorts of stuff. Metal Gear Solid we're going through on Twitch. So much fun stuff, so many things in the future to talk about. Persona 3 Reload, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, cannot wait for that one, my god. One more thing is, I occasionally record podcasts with King Recon, who I'll try to remember to link in the description. We've done 3 podcasts, 2 of them involving One Piece and my journey through it, the third involving a lot of other stories not involving One Piece, because One Piece Wano discussion would be too chunky. And we're going to do it when I catch up, but just if you're interested in that sort of thing, you can check those out. I'll try to link them. We talk about Haikyuu, Metal Gear Solid, Naruto, a little bit of Bleach, as much as we can, considering I haven't read it properly. Yeah, so if you're interested, it's out there. It's a fun podcast. And I think that's about it. If you want your comment to be added to the next AJPiece video, which will be, I guess, an Egghead, just use the hashtag AJPiece. Thank you so much once again, and I'll see you in the next video review. Thank you so much, guys.